for all of us. I'm sure because of the exciting presentations we had yesterday, you had a great sleep. So today we are resuming in the same note that we closed with yesterday. We have only 3 parallel sessions today and 1 keynote session. Let me say today we are very privileged to have the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa, Mr. Mosotho Meape, who is with us. I am not the one to chair his session, but I just wanted to do that recognition that he is with us. So let me not waste any further time and invite the chairperson of the session of the session to come and chair the session of the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Enda Lima Chilun Towel. Zulu is difficult. Kuyamore. In Afrikaans, I only know that when you want to say no in Afrikaans, you say Khan. and if you didn't hear it well, colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity, Professor Nyani. I think my task is the easiest one, but I think I must confess first that normally I fast once a week, but I think from today I need to extend my days of fasting and fast twice. And the reason I should fast twice a week is because the speaker that I'm going to introduce is one of the busiest person. And for him to be here, I think he's here because of my prayers. And I have to extend. I'm going to make it a point I will fast twice a week. Actually, the speaker is a person that for you to see the speaker, you must have a television. But because we are in University of Limpopo, Professor Maime, we make it a point that the people you see on TV, we bring them here. So before I go to the introductory, I just want to say we are very privileged indeed. And we have been privileged also from day one of sharing knowledge with each other. We have got greatest scholars of note in this house. We have got people who have traveled from the greatest distance, different universities. Even the #1 faculty is here, University of Pretoria, the executive dean. And majority of people who are here, they hold different portfolios. But the fact that they get somebody to act on their behalf to come and grace and make our conference successful, it is something that we need to acknowledge and be grateful. I don't want to waste much of time because I know we're going to engage. I will go straight to introduce our keynote speaker today. And the keynote speaker, when we are done during gala dinner, because Kirileki Fitaka Mopulukwana, one Musutu. Wara Musutu, I'm not saying Musutu. Musutu Hana Dank, Musutu Hana, but now I get that person they are saying Musutu. So you must explain to us, Revar Musutu, Udravalo, Uring. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go through the biography of our keynote speaker, which I know everybody knows him. But let me put it formally. Our keynote speaker is Mosotho Simon Mwepa. I've practiced it. I think Mwepa is correct on my tongue. Ntate Mosotho Mwepa is a member of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. He was appointed to this position in November 2018 for a term of 7 years. Mosotho has been associated with election management since 1998, when he joined the commission and successfully held various positions, including the position of Director for Electoral Logistics, Senior Manager, Electoral Logistics, Planning and Infrastructure, Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, and Chief Electoral Officer. At the end of his term as Chief Electoral Officer, Mosotho sought to pursue the interest, and therefore he did not seek a renewal of his mandate as a Chief Electoral Officer for South Africa. Prior to his appointment as a member of the Commission, Mosotho completed several continental consulting assignments in the management of elections, democratic governance, peace building, and electoral conflict resolution. These assignments include work completed with the United Nations Development Programme, which is UNDP, International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, which is International IDEA, the African Union Commission, which is AUC, and the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa. And the Electoral Commission, there are just a lot. I'll just cut a few. Commission Forum of SADC countries. Mosotho was conferred various election-related assignments in diverse jurisdictions, including Australia, Belgium, Botswana, Canada, the Comoros, Kenya, Lesotho, Malawi, Madagascar, Nigeria, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sudan, Tanzania, Zanzibar, and Zimbabwe. Before his involvement with election, Mosotho held the position in the fast-moving consumer goods, third-party logistics, and information technology industries, where he worked for Unilever South Africa, Transnet Freight Rail, Balwood Limited, and Bidvest Group. And Mosotho holds the following qualification: a Master's of Business Administration, MBA degree, as well as other commercial degrees. You must take that as into consideration. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Join me together with a very powerful hand of applause to our keynote guest speaker.
I'm really grateful to be here this morning. I'd like a chairperson of the session. I'd like to thank you for being so kind. I often refuse to give people the things I have done many years ago. I'd rather tell them about the things I'm going to do tomorrow. I think it's much easier that way. But I'd like to thank this university for inviting me at such an important occasion. The University of the North is my alma mater. I studied at this university in the 80s, and it holds a very special place for me. I'm proud to be associated with it. It's not often said, but I say it today for the record and for what it's worth. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to be with you, as I said, and I'd like to talk about a subject that I really am passionate about elections. This morning, I'd really seek to explore the transformation of the electoral system and management of elections in our country over the last 30 years. South Africa's transition to democracy in 1994 marked the end of decades of institutionalized racial segregation and oppression under apartheid. The apartheid system, enacted in 1948 and characterized by severe racial discrimination, restricted rights of citizens, majority of blacks in this case, and many other forms of ills that led to various groups, including civil society organizations, faith-based institutions, political parties, labor unions, institutions of higher learning, student organizations, and many others, taking up one way or another form of a stance against these policies. The pivotal moment in South Africa's political landscape occurred in the 1990s, when then President F.W. de Klerk announced a series of reforms to dismantle apartheid. Little do I think that he knew the extent to which things would change. In February 1990, he lifted the ban on liberation movements and released then Nelson Mandela, who was in prison after 27 years of incarceration. This move signaled a binder to negotiations aimed at ending the apartheid regime. The negotiations process was marked by both hope and tension, as various stakeholders, including the ANC, the National Party, which was the government at the time, and representatives from all other political groupings engaged in discussions to create a new, inclusive, democratic framework. The negotiations culminated in the adoption of a new constitution, which was lauded for its progressive nature and inclusion of extensive human rights provisions. In 1994, to be explicit, in April 1994, South Africa held its first democratic elections in which all citizens, regardless of race, were allowed to vote. The elections were conducted from the 26th of April to the 29th of April that year, and were overseen by the newly established Independent Electoral Commission. Before then, elections in our country were conducted by the Department of Home Affairs. The ANC emerged as the dominant party in that election, securing 62.65% of the votes, and Mr. Nelson Mandela was elected as the country's first democratic and black president. This election was hailed as a milestone in South Africa's history, representing the triumph of the struggle for liberation and equality over oppression. The transition to democracy was not only a political change, but also a social transformation, as South Africa sought to reconcile its divided past. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, amongst others, was established in 1995 and played a critical role in addressing the human rights violations during apartheid and fostering national healing. South Africa's transition to democracy in 1994 was a complex process. It was influenced by several critical historical events, social movements, and political changes over several decades. I mention just a few of those, and I know we don't have the time to discuss them in detail, but I will talk about them in passing. And at this point, I do indeed want to say I have two colleagues that have joined me. The provincial electoral officer of this province, Menka Romateta, is here with me, and I want to thank her for joining me. Thank you. I indicated that there were several pivotal events and milestones that contributed to South Africa's transition to democracy. I mention a few. One, the establishment of apartheid itself in 1948 was a major event. The Sharpeville Massacre of 1960 was one of those events. The Soweto uprisings of 1976, the international sanctions and divestment that took place in the 1980s, the formation of the Convention for a Democratic South Africa, known as CODESA, in 1991, the release of Nelson Mandela in 1990, the beginning of the end of apartheid legislation in 1991, the multi-party negotiations that took place between 1992 and 1993, the first all-inclusive elections that took place in 1990, not on its own a democracy. It ensures that elections are conducted regularly according to the Constitution and national legislation in a fair, transparent, and efficient manner. The importance of election management can be understood through several key aspects. One of them is establishing legitimate management helps to establish the legitimacy of the elected government. When elections are perceived and accepted as free and fair, this fosters trust in democratic institutions and processes, which is essential for political stability and social cohesion. Second, ensuring inclusiveness. A well-managed electoral process ensures that all eligible citizens can participate in choosing their representatives. This includes maintaining accessible voting options for marginalized groups, ensuring voter education, and facilitating participation through appropriate mechanisms and logistics processes. Third, upholding the rule of law. Election management functions within a legal framework that defines the rights and responsibilities of all stakeholders in the electoral process. Upholding the rule of law is essential for protecting democratic principles and ensuring accountability. Fourth, minimizing fraud and irregularities. Effective election management involves the implementation of rigorous procedures and technologies to prevent electoral fraud and manipulation. This builds public confidence in the electoral process and the integrity of electoral outcomes. Fifth, facilitating peaceful transitions of power. Good election management is vital in facilitating the peaceful transition of power, which is a hallmark of a stable democracy. A transparent and credible electoral process reduces the likelihood of disputes and violence associated with elections. If you ever doubted, this last point is what we have seen through and in South Africa in particular in these last elections. Sixth, promoting political participation. By ensuring that elections are conducted fairly, election management encourages citizen engagement in politics and strengthens the overall democratic culture. It empowers citizens to express their preferences and influence governance. Seventh, adaptation and improvement. Continuous improvement in election management practices allows democracies to adapt to changing social, technological, and political landscape. This evolution can involve incorporating new voting and counting technologies and adopting more inclusive measures. Let's turn for a moment to the historical context that underpinned our transition to democracy. The first is that during the apartheid period in South Africa, officially, and I say officially because I do think that behaviors at the time they get legislated, they may have existed before. But at the time that it began in 1948 officially, when the National Party came to power and implemented a comprehensive policy of racial segregation, the term apartheid really referred to separateness in Africans. This thing of you, Prof. Khanning, it's not good. In fact, it's agreement. Afrikaans is such a beautiful language. You can say ja, nee. When you're asked about something, you can say yes, no. But this was really very descriptive. And it required, or it described, the system that enforced racial discrimination and segregation across various aspects of life, including education, healthcare, housing, and you can name all of these things. Even in churches, we were separated. The apartheid regime legalized racial discrimination through a series of laws and stripped black South Africans and other racial groups of their rights and political representation. Its key features included race classification, which was enforced through the Population Registration Act and the Group Areas Act. There were passed laws. These were laws that restricted the movement of non-white South Africans and blacks in particular. They were required to carry passbooks containing their identification and were often arrested for not having them. Bantustans. The apartheid regime created nominally independent homelands referred to as Bantustans. These were meant for black people only. The Bantu Authorities Act of 1951 aimed to transfer black population into these areas, effectively denying them the citizenship of this beautiful country, South Africa. Political exclusion. Black South Africans were systematically denied the right to vote and were excluded from parliament and local government structures. The Group Areas Act of 1950 segregated communities spatially, leading to the destruction of multiracial neighborhoods and communities as we know them today. State repression. The apartheid government employed extensive state machinery to repress dissent, including the use of police brutality, arrests, and detention without trial. The Sharpeville massacre in 1960, where police opened fire on a peaceful protest against past laws, exemplified the violent measures used to maintain apartheid at all costs. There was also lack of democratic elections. The lack of democratic elections during apartheid was a fundamental feature of the regime. The National Party government implemented a governance system that excluded most South Africans from political participation. Elections held during this time were limited to whites only, effectively disenfranchising non-white South Africans. For example, in the 1948 national elections, only white citizens were allowed to vote, and the concept of a multiracial democracy was vigorously opposed. Over time, political and social resistance of apartheid grew, leading to protests, strikes, moreover, the formation of various resistance movements, notably the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, and many others that we saw mushroom and grow into big institutions. International condemnation of apartheid also intensified, resulting in economic sanctions and calls for divestments. There was a need for South Africa to transform, and that need did not come because people said and convinced each other. It took all forms of resistance, of fighting, It caused deaths in other instances, and led to many people going into exile. In 1994, elections formally marked the end of apartheid, a system that had forced racial segregation for nearly 5 decades. The transition from the oppressive regime to a democratic government represented a profound transformation in the South African society. The laws and policies that perpetuated inequality stood to be dismantled. How then did we establish our democracy? Elections in 1994 represented the first time in South African history that all her citizens, regardless of race, were allowed to vote. This event ushered in a truly democratic system where the government was accountable to a diverse electorate and stood to govern everyone being equal and in the same, with the same values. This principle of universal suffrage and political participation became foundational, and it served in all forms of our society and our laws. The leadership of President Nelson Mandela as the first black president of South Africa was significant for this nation and for the nations of the world. It carried immense symbolic weight globally. His leadership embodied the struggle against oppression and injustice, inspiring movements for democracy and human rights across the globe. President Mandela's presidency signified reconciliation and national unity after years of conflict. How did we promote in the last 8 years national reconciliation? The 1994 elections were accompanied by efforts to promote national reconciliation through mechanisms like the Transitional Executive Council, that is called the TEC, the Peace Accord, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and many other forms of established bodies. The TEC essentially assumed the ruling of the country, while the TRC set out to address the past human rights abuses, allowing victims and perpetrators to share their stories and foster a collective healing process in our nation. The impact of elections on South Africa proved to be fundamental. It initiated fundamental changes in society, including the implementation of social and economic policies aimed at redressing political injustices that I have mentioned. There was a renewed focus on improving access to education, healthcare, housing, and many other forms of shortcomings that we lived through in apartheid. There were also international implications. The transition to democracy in South Africa had far-reaching implications beyond its borders. It provided a model for other countries struggling with governance, inequality, and human rights issues. The end of apartheid was celebrated globally and was seen as a victory for human rights and freedoms. Since 1994, South Africa has conducted 6 additional general elections of the National Assembly and 5 others of local government. This transition and the 30 years that we have now gone through do indicate that there are many things and many challenges that we need to deal with. Since the end of apartheid in 1994, South Africa has experienced numerous legislative changes. We have also had, impact on many of our neighbors and countries around the world. I want to share a few of those challenges that we have lived through. The first is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. Since 1996, the Constitution has been amended 18 times. we have had 18 amendments to the Constitution since it was last drawn. This, if you like, compare with, if I'm not mistaken, for those of you that are others, there are some who say, if you are changing the laws regularly, it means you don't think them through. I differ. I think life evolves and circumstances change. And in South Africa, changing the Constitution or amending the Constitution, it's a very rigorous process. But when we need to engage in that process, we should do so without fearing. And so I say this because I think these amendments to the Constitution signify that we are dealing with our lives carefully. I give an example. There is currently the Constitution 19th Amendment Bill. For those of you that are scholars in this area, it is Bill number B17/2023. And it seeks, amongst others, to limit the frequency of which a motion of no confidence in the cabinet or the president may be tabled, either in the National Assembly or in the provincial legislatures. You will agree with me, these days there are motions of no confidence taking place either at National Assembly, the provincial legislatures, or local government every day. Honestly, there must be a limit to these things. And so I think this constitutional amendment bill is important. But we also have the 20th Constitution Amendment Bill, which seeks to amend the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa to require national legislation to establish a cyber commission in the Republic and to provide for matters connected therewith. You will all agree, in the age of social media, when democracy was fashioned in 1994, no one thought we will live in an age like this. And now we need to regulate it. So I say to you that one must see South Africa's electoral democracy in line with efforts that have been sought to create harmony between the laws that govern us and the practices that we live through. And one can do that no better than looking at the Constitution, amongst others. We've also seen other acts. The Electoral Commission Act amended several times. In fact, since its inception, it has been amended 8 times and repealed 3 times. This is to ensure that we regularly deal with the challenges we face in elections and find best ways to deal with them. It is more in line with every election that we hold, where we use lessons learned and ensure that we transform them into the practices that we do. We have the Electoral Act, which regulates the elections of the National Assembly, the provincial legislatures, and municipal councils. It has been amended 9 times since inception. It has been amended following extensive consultative processes accompanying election debriefing practices undertaken by the Electoral Commission of South Africa and all related stakeholders. We have the Local Government Municipal Electoral Act 2000, which regulates municipal elections. As with the Electoral Act, this act is practically amended after each general election of municipal council. We have the Party Funding Act of 2018. This is the newest piece of legislation in South Africa, in the South African electoral edifice. It requires the funding of political parties and set out the provision for disclosing those funding, the funding of parties and their sources. It is aimed at increasing transparency and reducing corruption. It requires parties to disclose donations above certain thresholds. And finally, it too, new as it is, has already been amended once. started in 2018 and already amended. I want to draw a little to a close on the history and talk a little about the future. But I would not have done my job, and I'm mindful of my time, and I need to really look at it. I see I'm not doing well on that score. But I want to look at how South Africa has done in the last 30 years in safeguarding or being delinquent on its democracy. Let me deal with safeguarding the democracy first. We have seen several legal cases that have shaped the electoral landscape in our country, including those addressing the rights of voters and the validity of the electoral process in the manner in which it is concluded. The Constitutional Court has, in fact, given us case law in many ways. I want to share a few of those cases with you. In cases that dealt with the interpretation of the Electoral Act and the sufficiency of public participation in drafting electoral laws, there are landslide cases, one of which is the Merafong Demarcation Forum and others versus the President of the Republic of South Africa and others. This case dealt with to what extent in a democracy like South Africa public participation should happen. What gives meaning to effective public participation? That's what elections are about. We've also got a case known as Doctors for Life International versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, which was a case that took place in 2006. In these cases, the court emphasized the importance of public participation in the electoral process, which is fundamental to a democracy. We also have cases that challenge various provisions of the Electoral Act concerning the right of citizens to contest elections. These cases include the New National Party versus the Government of the Republic of South Africa and others. It is a case that was heard in the Constitutional Court in April 1999. It dealt with the right to vote in South African elections and defined the meaning and implication of the independence of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. This case is an authority across the globe. There is not another case like it that we know as practitioners of elections. It has gone way into saying, what does independence mean for a body that is like us, the Electoral Commission? There's another case that was heard in 1999 in the Constitutional Court, is the Democratic Party versus the Minister of Home Affairs. This case set a scene for the challenges dealing with constitutionality of provisions of the Electoral Act in terms of the green barcoded ID books. In 1999, the green barcoded ID was set in law as the only tender to vote. Then, through this case, there were two other forms that could be tendered. It was the temporary registration ID, and I forgot something else as well, but not the driver's license, not the passport. There was another case called August and Another versus the Electoral Commission and others. It was also in 1999 in the Constitutional Court. This case involved the voting rights of prisoners. It was a sequel from an appeal against the judgment in the Transvaal High Court in which effect was given, or it was held, that the Electoral Commission had no obligation to ensure that awaiting trial and sentence prisoners may register and vote in general elections. But with the elections of the 2nd of June in 1999, the Constitutional Court held that every adult South African had a right in terms of the Constitution to vote in elections of any legislative body established in terms of the Constitution, and to do so in secret. And we then had to go into prisons to get prisoners to vote. There was a case called Rechter versus Minister of Home Affairs and others. The Democratic Alliance and others were intervening parties. AfriForum and another was amicus in the matter. This was in 2009, and it forced this government to have a democracy in which all South Africans, notwithstanding wherever they are in the world, to be given the opportunity to vote, and to ensure that where South Africa has missions outside of the Republic, those missions are used for voting. There was CAM and others versus the Electoral Commission of South Africa and another in 2016, and this case dealt with the right to register voters in their correct voting district, and the duty of the Commission to ensure that those addresses are maintained on the voters' roll. There was a case in 2015 known as the Democratic Alliance versus the African National Congress. This was a case that dealt with, and in fact, I must remind you, those of you that were watching these things unfold before our eyes. There was a statement issued by the DA that says, the Nkandla report shows how Zuma stole your money to build his 246 million home, close quote. This, the ANC held, was misinformation, which was prohibited in terms of the Electoral Act and the Code of Conduct. The Constitutional Court held that this was not so. It said that this was permissible for electioneering, and parties ought to accept that an election is a period to do so. A similar case was the Good Party versus the Democratic Alliance, where the Democratic Alliance again said, and I quote, "We fired Patricia de Lille." As we know, there was a settlement between Patricia and the party at the time, and she resigned. Part of that was that she resigned. We don't know all the details. We know that which was disclosed in court. But again, the court said, when Patricia said, no, they didn't fire me, I resigned, they're wrong. They're giving me a bad name. The court said, firing simply means you left the party. Now, when there's rigorous campaigning and these things happen, we know what the posture of the courts are. We know how to run and maintain these elections. I want to remind you that there was a case in 2020 called the New Nation Movement, NPC versus the President of the Republic of South Africa and others, in which the independent candidates were admitted to stand in elections of the National Assembly and provincial legislatures. These court matters went way beyond clarifying issues that were not enshrined in legislation. The last case that I want to share with you that was in the Constitutional Court was the case involving us, the Electoral Commission versus the Minister of Home Affairs. In 2021, we took the Minister of Home Affairs to court. We said then, when COVID-19 was with us, we said that we have an impossible duty to perform under the Constitution. On the one hand, people could not gather, but on the other hand, the term for local government had come to an end, and we said we could not do so at the risk of exposing people to deaths. And the court held that democracy was important. We needed to proceed with those elections. And so internally in the commission, and I don't want to shout, I'm just saying internally, in the commission. For us, it was, do we go into harm's way or don't we go into harm's way? And the court said, well, don't call it that way, but go anyway. Khan, as you said, Prof. So we went. You will agree with me that these judgments reflect the evolving democratic framework in South Africa, addressing vital issues related to accessibility, transparency, and fairness in elections. The courts play a significant role in the ever-changing electoral legislative arena. These legislative changes and developments have shaped the landscape of democracy in South Africa and continue to do so. We do not stand in the way. If we find that we have to deal with these matters, we indeed approach the courts without fear, favor, or prejudice. There have been notable shifts. Chairperson, through you, if I may just use 5 minutes and then I'm done. There have been notable shifts in political party dynamics. The first, of course, is that we have inter- and intra-party conflict that we have lived through in the last 30 years. You will recall the difficulties of conducting elections in the then PWV area, in most parts of KwaZulu-Natal, and some parts of the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. These changes have in fact impacted how democracy worked in South Africa. It has also affected the cohesion, governance, and electoral performance of political parties. We have seen some of these challenges leading to the demise of political parties or the reduction of the sizes of political parties as we know them today. Inter-party conflicts have also been worrying previously, but they have significantly changed. In 2024, this year when we ran national and provincial elections, inter-party conflicts appear to have been at their lowest since 1994. The leadership battles culminated in many ways, as we know, in big parties. And I must say, these are matters of public consideration. We have seen many big parties really do load shedding as they lost some of their leaders who started new political parties. I would not make mention of names. I'm a referee. I can't tell who you substitute and who you acquire, but I leave it to you to take note. There's also been a rise of smaller parties in that period. There have been parties formed. In the main, they start big. We have seen them devolve into being small ones. But there have been parties that have also fluctuated, that were big, then grew less, and we see them bouncing back again. We've also seen electoral performance and coalitions, particularly following the 2016 local government elections, where there were many hung municipalities in this country, and a certain dominant party losing a significant portion or control of those municipalities. The shift towards coalition government has introduced complexities in policy making and management at local level. We've also seen the evolution of electoral management. The electoral system of South Africa after the end of apartheid in 1994 was that we would work on a transitional system of democratic government. And this system was designed to reflect the principles of equality, representation, and inclusivity. The electoral system was based on a proportional representation model, which sought to allocate seats according to how a party or in proportion to how a party performs in an election. This effort or method was aimed to promote inclusivity and give minority parties a voice in governance. Until recently, in other words, until the 2024 national and provincial elections, South Africa had a bicameral parliament consisting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. Members of the National Assembly were elected through a proportional representation system via a national party list, while the NCOP, or the National Council of Provinces, consisted of delegates from provincial legislatures. In 2024, independent candidates have been admitted to contest the national to national portion of the National Assembly elections, as well as the provincial legislatures for the first time. However, no independent candidate succeeded in obtaining seats in either the National Assembly or the provincial legislatures. I want to close, and I'm quite happy to share these things in an opportunity that I may have to give this over to you. I want to close by saying South Africa has a number of challenges. We need to not be oblivious of them. Our democracy needs ongoing constitutional reforms. It needs to be strengthened in the way of institutions supporting democracy as we know them. It needs strengthening of our own institution, the Electoral Commission. It needs the promotion of local governance that is meaningful to its citizens. It needs anti-corruption measures and mechanisms that will know no party favors. It will not know persons that are above it. It will treat everyone in the same way. Institutions supporting democracy need to do their work without fear, favor, or prejudice. Civic participation in democracy needs to continue to be vigilant. It is a job that is not going to end. It has no end in sight. We need education and awareness programs, and we need to ensure that the challenges that are facing democracy worldwide, social media application, misinformation, disinformation, and the other things, that all of us are vigilant to deal with. We need to fund establishments of political parties and independent candidates. This is a job that needs funding, but it needs clean funding. We need to deal with the question of disillusionment, because there are many promises that have been made and not fulfilled that have led to disillusionment, and South Africa needs to embrace them. The youth of South Africa have problems. Someone needs to find time, involve them in those issues, and find a solution. We need to deal with socio-economic barriers where we know socio-economic factors including poverty, unemployment, and lack of access to education contribute to apathy. These are matters we cannot run away from. We need to deal with ineffective voter education. We can't just educate. And I speak even critical of where I am. I think we need to struggle with effective voter education. We need to deal with distrust in the electoral process. In these elections, we are in court like we've never been before. It's crazy. I'm sorry, I say these things spiritedly. We have more than 40 cases that are in court concerning the elections. We have won all of them. But there are still people that are saying, you robbed us. In fact, there's a new case that has been filed last Thursday. We've got to get done with this. It's a myth that in this country you can steal an election and have a president that South Africans never voted for. Electoral integrity is an issue in our country. I speak from the Electoral Commission. I know that there are times when people that we employ do things that we have not employed them to do. So I admit and I embrace it, and we will make mistakes, but we will stand up and say them. As I close, I want to leave you with this quote. And I apologize, I've gone through a whole lot of your time that I have used when I shouldn't have. When we ponder on the future of this country, there are a few things we need to say. We need to accept that South Africa's electoral democracy at 30 years of age is nascent, it's very young. If I have a 36-year-old son, he's young. When I speak to him, I say, son, no, you know. So you can imagine, if democracy was a child in my house, there wouldn't even be a firstborn. It's young. But South Africa's democracy is punching above its weight. We started from a poor base. We are considered in the top 10 of countries that do elections across the world. We must never be complacent. It is a job we are never going to finish. Apartheid continues to live in some parts because we don't do what we need to do. New forms of apartheid, you know, economic exclusion. It's an apartheid form. And we need to be vigilant to deal with this. Pondering on these challenges, Leon Wessels, whom I know well, who is a director for human rights at the University of Free State and a former human rights commissioner and negotiator at the Constitutional Assembly, had this to say about the challenges we face. And this was 10 years ago. I quote, he says, each and every generation must take responsibility for its time. 20 years ago, the expectations were to bring about a constitution in the service of all citizens. 20 years down the line, we do realize we have not lived up to all the expectations as it is contained and promised in the Constitution. But that is the nature of the beast. In other words, I am saying it is each generation's ideal, that they must work at their challenges and conclude them well. Their glasses will be polished differently. In other words, every generation will have their glasses polished differently. And they will have different demands and expectations. And they must be alive to that. And in particular, they must live up to the expectations that others have for them. I want to say to you, as you continue to deliberate, our democracy, it's work in progress. I thank you indeed.
For a moment, I forgot the track of time. It's only now that I realize I might have a problem with Prof. Nyani when we are done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm taught to believe that when you are in any position, whether it's leadership or as a chairperson as I am, that you need to serve. You are here to serve, and when you serve, if we talk about somebody who is serving in a household, is somebody who is cooking there in the kitchen. And of course, you can't start by giving yourself all those big organs of chicken before the people whom you are saving. So I'll be very generous. I'm not going to put any salt or anything for the great, very informative speech by one of our own. And for a moment, you have proven, I've seen you in many hostile where you find the politician that we see on TV, and your voice never changes. Very calm. You address it calmly so. So I think it's one of the lessons that I've also learned, that you just need to increase the facts, but not the voice, because I always increase also the voice. But from now on. All right. I was very much touched actually when you talk about the issue, the challenges that we face, the challenges that the youth faces. But I'm glad you also place it to the shoulder of all of us. And you also mentioned that the good election management is required. And I have no reservations that with you and the manner in which you are winning these cases. I think it has been proven from the talk that we've just received from you that your practices is more deeply rooted in the rule of law. And in that regard, you can't go wrong. I mean, it's not a surprise that you can win all these cases. It's only when on the side of the law and you do things right that you won't have a headache. So in short, I'm not we still have a very good moment, though I was going to leave you to continue, and my days of fasting, I said is 2, I'm adding another one, because we are both wearing a black suit, eh? They said there is only one suit is black and white, and others. All right, without wasting any time, let's get the mic. I'll first take the first round of questions, and before we take them, can we please I said let's give all right, can I see the first round? I see the, can I take this? All right, all right. There's a first hand at the back, the second hand, the third. All right, let me take these 3. Yes, you can start.
Good morning. Thank you very much, sir, for the quite a huge presentation, very informative. It seems there is a lot of strides within the...
And sorry to intervene.
Yes.
I don't like to intervene. I know this bus stops with me. Please tell us who you are.
And it very well. Quite a lot that we can take from, but the time is always a matter. I just want to take you right to where you was there. You spoke about clean fundings, about distrust.
Thank you.
The thing is I'm focused.
Thank you.
The thing is I'm focused. I don't want to be I don't want to be disorientated. So saying my name might make me forget what I wanted to say. But let me say, my name is Mashelera Badza. I'm attached to the School of Law at the University of Limpopo.
Thank you.
So now to the question. I'm saying there's this developmental phenomenon. To the question. I'm saying there's this developmental phenomenon. We have studied the world and we see how they are going about it. The question of doing elections online. We commend the work of the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa, obviously. Because if you look comparatively, I mean, our conduct of elections has been impressive. Of course, without challenges, we've had challenges, that's true. But now I'm sitting here and asking myself, moving forward, what is the thinking of the IEC with regard to this question of conducting elections online? I say this because I saw people being returned at the polling stations recently. And probably that led to this drop from 57 to 40% in certain areas. So towards resolving these challenges, is there any thought around conducting elections online by the IEC?
Thank you. Here. No. The senior one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you to our guest speaker. It was indeed an informative presentation, very precise and delivered in a calm way, like you said. And
And tell us who you are.
Okay.
Because I'm going to introduce you later, myself. I have to.
My name is Keketi Makudu at the University of Limpopo. I'm attached to the Electoral Commission. Did I want to say that? The Center for Academic Excellence. I wanted to ask, now that this is an SISCD organization or body, it's a state institution supporting democratic processes and constitutional democracy. Now that it is that, and we know that, why is it that we don't see clear fairness, clear performance without favor or fear, especially with regard to a case involving, in my opinion, the stealing of the name of an organization and it's stealing, this other organization steals the name, I think, of an organization and creates itself as a party that must be elected. I know maybe that is not your purview, but the Electoral Commission must have a say in those kinds of things. It can be the friends of the courts when the case comes to the fore. And lastly, the question I want to ask is, it's not fair, in my opinion, not to tell us the cases that you are about to face, because it means that you are operating with some kind of fear and you don't want to appear as favoring some people, which implicitly you are favoring by not mentioning their names. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll respond to these three questions, then I'll open again.
I left my water there. I'll
All
speak
right.
better when I can drink.
No, that's good. Actually, I would love you to speak when you are here.
Thank you very much. I had opened it so that I could drink, so I was worried it'll splash on you. But whilst I'm here, let me use this, and I'll be short. I do apologize. I have really used and taken your time for questions. But for that, I'll make up. I promise you, I will stay here for the next while, and I will try and deal with your questions, even if you haven't raised them. May I start with the last questions? Wageshu Makudu. There is no fear or favor. In fact, if you know us, we're not going to be arrogant, but we're never going to shift if, the right thing is known and look the one way and do another. That's not our thought at all. The case that was filed last week, it's MK versus the Electoral Commission. I did not want to say these things, but they're public, and we will answer. It is a case that seeks to replace the case that was filed against us to say we have stolen the elections and robbed that party of 9.3 million votes. I say that with trepidation because I promise you, and here's my colleague, I am clear. Anyone that works with us who is involved in nefarious activity, when we find them, we summarily dismiss. We don't even, and I'm not saying we're not following the laws of the country. We say it's so egregious that the facts must indicate that it cannot be tolerated. And so we faced that case. The first case, there was no evidence. That case, by the way, has not been determined. We are still in court, and yet we now have a case that ostensibly seeks to replace it. I do not wish to call my teams by name, but when I'm asked, I then do so. The issue of our role as an electoral commission, that's why we played without fear, favor, or prejudice. If you go and ask all of our political parties that have been in existence at least for 15 years, there's a chance they've either taken us to court or we have taken them to court. That tells you. And court is not the first place where we go. We try, we put enormous efforts into resolving problems through dispute resolution, conflict resolution mechanisms. When we fail, we agree to disagree and to subject ourselves to the courts. There are many cases that have not seen, a courtroom because we have settled them. I want to give an example. And someone asked this question. I might as well answer that. I think it's the distinguished gentleman from the Walter Sisulu University. When we find we have erred, we have been the first to raise it with those that we have offended, but later publicly. When I say those, I want to share two examples. In this year, one of our staff members issued a list of candidates without our authority. They were never required to do so. In fact, they knew it was wrong to do so. They did. We caught them in less than 12 hours because we put measures in place to do it. What did we do? We wrote to the parties involved, told them what happened, and expressed our regret and apology. It was them first we spoke to, and then we issued a public statement. We approached the information regulator and said, we've had this violation we are dealing with. So we own up because we live in a glass house. And that's why we keep asking people, please don't throw stones. The glass is going to cut us. We live in a glass house. The second case, it's a fundamental matter. In 1999, in the city of Cape Town, the ANC and the ACDP were very close to each other on the ballot. And the votes in one station were juxtaposed by everyone in there, the party agents, our staff, absolutely inadvertently. They took the votes of the ANC, gave them to the ACDP, and the ACDP, given that, was advantaged. It had seats. But it inadvertently gave an advantage also to Azapo. When we took those votes away from the ACDP and gave them back to the ANC, Azapo lost one of their two seats, and the ANC had a seat to gain. A completely a real accident, mistake. We discovered that mistake almost 6 months after the elections. What did we do? And we discovered it ourselves. What did we do? We called the parties. We told them what we have found. We said to them up front, we offer, because it's an error we committed in the course of our duties. The professors call it functus. We had to go to court and say, court, here's an error. We offered all of the parties, if they agreed with us that, this is an error we needed to fix, we offered to pay their costs in the electoral court, which is a high court. And indeed, that's what happened. Of course, Azapo was disappointed that error had happened, but they could see it was never a malicious error. We do that all the time. I have owned up in this year's elections to things that did not go well because transparency is a currency in the Commission. The last issue I wanted to deal with, the question of doing elections online. We are ready. We have, as a Commission, been doing research into electronic voting for many years. And we have been consulting electoral stakeholders on this matter. And guess what? South Africans, when they say you're closing this, they say, "Eish, we're not sure who's going to benefit. Let's stay where we are."
I've taken for this year one.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. We enjoyed the talk indeed. Let me just confirm that. Obviously, I just want to say that I agree entirely with the Chairperson that the Electoral Commission of South Africa enjoys global repute due to the work it has done over time. As students of elections and electoral law, we know what election management bodies do in Africa. And in particular, in this very region that we live in, Southern African region, we know the kind of things that electoral management bodies can do. But the election management body in South Africa has showed time and again that it can run a reputable election. So there I entirely agree. But I just wanted to take the Chairperson back to 2021. I'm sure he may not want me to talk about it, but let's. When the IEC decided that the local government election must be postponed, of course advised by Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke, that the local government election must be postponed due to COVID-19. Obviously, it was a very controversial decision. And majority of the people thought that COVID can't infect our democracy. It can infect other things, but it can't infect our democracy. But obviously, IEC decided that the election must be postponed, and the Constitutional Court disagreed, and the election went ahead. My question to the Chairperson is whether he takes that as a blemish, as a black spot on the good repute that the IEC had.
All right, thank you. Next, Professor Mang.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ntende Mohango from the University of Limpopo. Mine is a comment, maybe a question. When you spoke about the amendments of laws or constitutions as representing that there's a problem, I agreed with your sentiments that I think changing or amending constitutions or laws is a good thing. We must allow for that. And you made mention of the U.S. Constitution having been, more than 200 years old, but I haven't been amended only 27 times. But there is a debate about whether or not that is correct. Because you remember recently, in 1973, the right to abortion for women was found in the U.S. Constitution. And in 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court found that there is no right to abortion in the Constitution. It's the same Constitution for over 200 years, but for a certain period, there was a right, and that right went away. So the question is that at some point, do we amend the Constitution through a process, a political process, or through the courts? What is the best way to solve problems that we see in our Constitution? The Japanese Constitution is the Constitution that has been around for more than 70 years, and it has never been amended. And there are problems in that country around it not being amended. So I'm simply saying I agree with you, with your sentiments. But my question now is this. The Constitution of South Africa was drafted based on the principles, the constitutional principles that were pre-agreed at CODESA. And one of the agreements there was that the elections of the country are going to be based on a proportional representation. And the framers of the Constitution drafted the Constitution, and they said that it is going to be on proportional representation based on party list. So the political party was the prism through which the people must participate, right? And if you look at the Constitution, the word proportional representation is referred to 9 times. And in 4 of those times, the word party list is named after it, meaning the party was the vehicle. Now, in 2020, the Constitutional Court decided the case of New Movement, I forgot the full name, but where they made a provision for independent candidates. I wanted to find out from you, do you think that we should have amended the Constitution in order to make provision for independent candidates? Particularly because the framers deliberately decided that we want the political parties to be the institution through which people should participate. So was the court the best way to achieve that, or should we have done this through a constitutional amendment, given the history of the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mkudu. Mr. Mkudu, you are the junior one today here. I know you are senior to me, but there's Mkudu the senior.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Chaka Mkudu, School of Law, University of Limpopo. Mine is going to be a short question, and let me just start by acknowledging the thought-provoking and informative presentation by Mr. Moyapia. I want to ask a question around regularity of voter education. When you talk about legitimacy of the elections, it depends on the acceptance or the outcomes of the elections. But that in turn depends on the understanding of the electoral system itself. And understanding the electoral system depends on a proper and quality voter education. Now I'm thinking, somebody who's 13 now will be 18 in 2025 when we go for the next national elections. Somebody who's 14 will also form part of the new cohort of voters in 2025. Now, what is the Commission's objective in relation to targeting that cohort of voters? And again, how regular, as I said earlier on, how regular is your voter education? We now know in between elections, people forget about the voting in democracy. They only reignite it towards elections. And I just wanted to know about your regularity in terms of voter education. Thank you.
Yeah, the last one.
Thank you very much. Let me also begin by welcoming the presentation. I think that as a student of electoral system, there's a lot that one is learning. My name is Lungu Thobela from University of Limpopo, a student.
Yeah, the mic, maybe put it closer.
Okay, thank you.
Reggie, can you check it?
No, it's on.
Yes, the question that I want to ask, you obviously made mention of the fact that the country has been using proportional representation since the 1994 elections. In your view, what would be the best electoral system? Obviously, comparing with other jurisdictions for the country. Thank you very much.
I must, and I think when the prof was introducing me, I'm glad he indicated that I was not a lawyer or that. But and many of the questions you have asked are truly really, really good. I'm going to try and answer them. Prof, you have raised the issue about was there blemish on our part? And I think it's a brilliant question. It really is. Let me tell you where we found ourselves in 2021. And you will understand why it's not a blemish at all. In fact, it's one of the most brilliant decisions I think we took as the Electoral Commission. When COVID came, there was no provision in any law to say we could postpone an election for this purpose. In fact, we had voter registration weekends that we had to postpone on at least 2 occasions because of the, what did they call that? When a level of the sickness in the pandemic in the country was very high. Those restrictions. On 2 occasions, the dates we had planned to register voters across the country was at the peak of those restrictions. The question then was, do we wait for that level to drop and then simply take people to voting? The challenge would have been that there would have been eligible South African citizens that wanted to vote but did not have the opportunity to do so. And that for us, it's a real red light in terms of not getting people who are eligible in the country to participate. On the other hand, we consulted with political parties and civil society organizations and said, what do we do? The views were split right in the middle. Some said proceed, others said no way. And how do you do that? You are an involved party. You go and look for someone who understands elections, who is a brilliant legal mind, who commands respect of society. You say to them, I know you're very busy, but this is the most important thing your nation needs to deal with. And they bite the bait, and they do it. They free you as an election management body to do the work you can independently do. They do the work that because you have espoused the position one way or the others cannot trust you. They do it, and they do it openly, not under you give them a mandate, you simply say these are the terms of reference, and they talk to everyone, the people you spoke to, and they come up with a recommendation. That is what that job did. People thought this commission should have just known this. I beg to differ. I, in fact, know that in that court, as you will recall, that decision was erroneous in parts. We ourselves had to go back to court and say, court, when you say we may reopen the election timetable, we've got to register people. We can't do that without. And the court later said, oh yes, you're right. So it was a complex matter. And for me, I promise you, I stand tall when we talk about that. It's one of the things South Africa will be proud it has done. There were other elections elsewhere in the world which had troubles because of that. In India, for example, there were many deaths because they simply did not consider it, in my view. They went and they did this. So I thought I should do that. There's an issue of that I think Kinta hinted, or amending the Constitution, and looking at the U.S. Constitution, looking at our interim Constitution, and the New Nation movement. I hold a view, and like I say, I deal with lawyers every day. And I say sometimes I tell them I'm not, but I hold the view that amending the Constitution should not be like a restaurant changing the menu at will. It must be sensible and follow rigorous processes. I support the way in which we do our constitutional amendments. I do think we need to continuously think about how we're going to do that in the future. The interim constitution was very clear in that constitution, provision was made. I just don't have the provision on the fingertips at the moment, but provision was made that the electoral system in particular must be revised within the 10 years of those elections being held in 1994. Indeed, we did have the Van Zyl-Slabbert task team that looked at fulfilling that provision. What did Parliament do? Parliament, once that report was on the table, and it was a split decision, it had a minority view and a majority view. Parliament acted cowardly, in my view. They left it on the side and never wanted to engage. But someone was clear, they tried to fulfill that. The consequence of that was that the proportional representation system was then kept. In my view, and there's another question that has been asked, in my view, it was kept because it served the needs and challenges we faced as a country. The new nation movement. And I say this, I say it without fear, without favor, without prejudice. But I am bound by the law and I will act within the law. We, as the Electoral Commission of South Africa, were cited, were an interested party. In fact, we were the only party that went to court to oppose the new nation movement on that amendment for independence. We did not do so because we thought independents don't matter. And I don't want to say the fact that no independent won a seat proved our case, but that was the point we were making in the first place. South Africa's electoral democracy has truly been fashioned on the kind of problems we have as a nation. Problems of trust, problems of nation building, problems of ensuring that even your worst critics are at the table to at least have a voice. Independents don't form, in my view, a critical part of that. South Africa has a party political system. That's it. Our constitution is like that. Go and look at sections 136. There are quite a few of them. They actually talk about political parties. The Constitutional Court, in my view, erred when it said, when you talk about political parties, all you mean is contestants. I disagree. In local government, we have independence. The law is clear, it says independence. We did not have that in the Constitution. So the point you're making, I agree with you. The new nation movement, in my view, that case is a case that history will judge better. I believe in the case we put before the Constitutional Court, but I am bound by the decision of that court. And in doing our job, we've got to give full effect to that judgment. The regularity of voter education, I promise you, I'm the first one to raise my right hand and say this is an area of work which is in the top 10 challenges that our nation needs to do. But it is complicated by parties and candidates who make irresponsible promises that they never fulfill. We have to do the surgery afterwards and fix it. When we go and do voter education, we have nothing to offer. We can't say, when you come and vote, you'll get a burger and people can come. But parties tell people we'll do this and they never do. We have to go and fix it. And it's part of the education. Prof, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In a minute, let me also abuse time, but it's not a question. Actually, it was the question that was raised, which you have answered on the issue of online, which was asked by my director. I remember on the day of election, we were talking, and he said, hey, I always do it at home, because at home there's no queue. And I was busy running, telling him, hey, I'm at this side of Bendo. Then when I arrived there, it's full. I had to move again. It's not easy. Queuing is not easy. And by then I was on campus. The queue, it was something else. And in the morning when I watch on TV, I saw also at VETS and UJ, they were experiencing the same. And I think the online will save. I don't know when was the last time I went to the bank, because the issue of thinking of going there and sit there for all those queues. So there's majority of us, no, not of us because I voted. There's majority of people who could not vote, not because they did not want, but the fact that you arrive, you find that the queue is quite too long. They decided to go. And rest assured, I can tell you for free, if we go online, majority, including youth and everybody, we are going to vote. And thank you on that regard. Thank you. And on behalf of the University of Limpopo, I just want to say, as you have mentioned that we are your alma mater. I think we need to be very much proud to have you. I've been taught, we used not to be bragging, but the Deputy Executive Dean from Faculty of Law at UP, he has taught us recently that we see people on social media bragging of alcohol. He said we must stop, let's brag with good things. And he said they are number one. So even ourselves, we are bragging. Actually from today we cease to walk and we will start to gallivant. And we have so many more, Professor, from the number one. If you check of recent, in more than 3 provinces, from judge presidents, is our former students. Even now, if you go to all these courts, Supreme Court, Constitutional, everywhere. So I think together with you and the great, the superior logic, the way you articulate things, I think we must contest for presidency. As I give Professor Nyani to conclude. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session and Chairperson of the IEC. It was a battle of chairpersons. Thank you very much. There is a small ritual we want to perform here. Chairperson, can I request the Director of the School of Law and ED, Prof. Sibanda, is he still there? To Executive Dean, is he still there? If he's not around, it's fine. Oh, okay. No, if he's attending to some emergency, can I request him that to move forward, and then for this small ritual.
All of this beautiful things, I want to say thank you.
Colleagues, can I request you to trouble you again for a group photo? Here, we don't do a lot of walking to anywhere. With briefly and very fast. I know that Prof. Tusa doesn't like pictures, but please. Yes, sir. Okay. Can I kindly request us to move, colleagues? Prof. Tusa, don't leave anyone behind. Madam Speaker, don't leave anyone behind. Advocate Matebula, don't leave anyone behind. And then after that, we will go to Prof. Snyman with panel 7. Prof. Maimel.
Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm chairing, my name is Charles Maimela. I am from the #1 law faculty. I am the culprit you've been hearing about all the time. I'm from the University of Pretoria. As you know, we are #1. But the fact that I am here, it means Limpopo is #1 by default. So I hope I'll leave the #1ness here. And it's us and them. The panels, and it's one of the, I'm going to tell the team at the University of Pretoria that we must take time to take photos. It took about 30 minutes to take this photo. I said, okay, yeah, but thank you very much for this instructive conference which we are having. Is very important. And also thank you to the IEC officials for problems. I always caution with regards to conferences that we are not in a safari. We are here to actually do the actual work. And it must be seen through publications, through the dialogues, through the abstracts and constructions of new ideas. And also it needs to cascade down to our students so that our students can be able to develop these themes into your master's degrees. The students can be able to develop these themes into your master's degrees as well as to their doctorates. So it's important as we meet in this endeavor that we can be able to engage robustly. And also I think my former colleague, Prof. O.S. Sibanda, I think he's here, right? There we go. He used to be very strict when he was at UNISA, but I see he's getting old when he's here. Thank you very much. The first panel member in this sub-theme is Advocate Mathebula. The title of his presentation is Proliferation of Investment in South Africa and their Impact Towards Human Rights, reference to the Constitution of South Africa, 1996. Advocate Mathebula, I'm from the #1 law faculty. I was told that by 12:10, I should be done with the session. So the colleagues who are in this panel session, we need to be succinct and to the point while also sharing our great ideas. Advocate, we are in your hands. Thank you, sir.
Abshen, good morning. Try to twist in the law to find the good merits to write a good paper. And as you see, the topic there is about the proliferation of investment in South Africa and how they impact on human rights. And we know that for sure that in South Africa, we have various industries, we have various corporations that are busy conducting business here. And remember, an investment is not something that one can relate to a foreign corporation or industry. Even an investment can be found in your country. So my discussion today, as I give you a very thick and rich background there, it's about what these investments are doing to our human rights as South Africans, and sometimes benchmarking on the South African development community, and more specifically with regard to how they can first safeguard and promote human rights. Of course, the existence of investment in South Africa is not something that can be akin to good deeds or good fruits at all material times. There are shortcomings that you need to be informed about from this paper, and there are also good things that come about from this presentation that will inform you as to what actually the investments can do to our South African population, especially in relation to the preservation and promotion of the very same human rights. And now this paper also touched on the existence of our constitutional framework, which is the Bill of Rights, in promoting these human rights. And if you remember, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and therefore any law that is drawn that seeks to promote any rights therein must therefore be tested against it. And therefore, South Africa has, as a rich country in terms of all these things that I've listed on paragraph 1, textile and other things, and of course, the most leading is the mineral industry, and others are therefore following. And with regard to that, as I've already mentioned, is that the issue here is to navigate the fallout that we have had or experienced from the apartheid government after the 1994 era, which is just a simple background to which I'm going to allude to you at a later stage. So the most important thing is to look at the existing investment against this constitutional framework, or actually the framework that has been developed in relation to the Constitution. As we proceed, now, looking at our framework or the way we are shaped, there are various vehicles that have been created that which of course seeks to translate to the preservation and promotion of human rights. And as you will remember, the Constitution seeks to advance equity, balance, and mutual benefit of all people who have been sort of hurt or pained by the previous system. And therefore, as a result, we are looking at what is called the newly called concept called the business human rights. However, based on these aspects, we are first going to touch on our mines as the leading industry or the investors in South Africa. Most of the mines that exist or that are in this country are from the foreign corporations. Therefore, we call them the foreign investors. And they work closely with our investors in South Africa. However, we do have rules that, of course, regulate our investment. And therefore, those rules must therefore be exercised or be promoted through the existing fundamental human rights. However, even though the instruments that preserve the fundamental human rights exist, we still find that the violation of human rights are still persisting. And that is exactly why I've drafted this paper, because I want to show the extent of this violation and what the law can do to minimize that. Not to completely do away with it, to minimize it, because as we live and we live with actions, there will always be some minimal or violations. So the discussion therefore continues, and it touches on other priorities that, of course, the country as South Africa has created in order to translate to good standards of preservation of human rights. Prof, I've just started to speak. I'm left with 5 minutes, but it's okay. So as I continue without wasting time, is that, of course, one of the instruments that I've adopted, or the approach that I've adopted, is with regard to the mineral industry. That is number one. The way in which they conduct themselves. For instance, one of the writers has therefore come up with some extracts or passages relating to how these corporations are conducting themselves. We know that mining industries, especially when they conduct their operations, they have the tendency of luring the state to expropriate some of the land without actually accruing benefits to the people whose land has been expropriated. Secondly, we find that health is being affected. We've also find that at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, that those people are therefore not involved in terms of the principle of consent and consultation, simply called public participation. And I think Prof. Pogo is going to speak about that later. So, Therefore, it is very critical that when we deal with human rights, we look and benchmark at our South African development community on how they promote their rights when it comes to safeguarding human rights when they do investment. And however, as I want to add, the country such as South Africa, being a host state, has a tendency of sacrificing human rights for the sake of attracting an investment. And I'll tell you one thing. There are lots of rezoning that are taking place, people being removed from beneficial lands, people being removed from areas where they are doing agriculture simply because they want to favor an investment. And that in itself has not being tested enough in terms of our constitutional framework, simply because there is no one who is raising the voice with regard to that. And that has therefore led to what is called the United Nations guiding principles, which are based on human rights, which South Africa is part of, where it seeks to promote the universal human rights in according to the code that was passed there in 2015 in the United Nations. The aim there is to reduce the abuses and therefore immediately come with remedies that can therefore promote and protect our human rights. So as a result, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, young as it is, as the chairperson of the IC has mentioned, is being seen as one of the most fundamental and instrumental document in the world that therefore has a robust and comprehensive set of rights that must be protected at all costs. So now Fielding has also touched on the issue of property, as I've already mentioned, to say property is one of the fundamental objects that therefore scale or balances in terms of how the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa during the existence of this investment has been safeguarded so far. And Lube and Du Plessis as well, they've come up with their own analysis to say that no, a fundamental human right is something that must be preserved at all costs without actually even delving deeper to sacrifice it through a means of making profit. As a result, colleagues, as I continue, scholars' view are very critical and instrumental in such, because Guanyana also stated that the Bill of Rights is one of the cornerstone and the obligations that the corporations must all adhere to in order to preserve human rights. We know that corporations, they are always violating human rights, and sometimes the state, and I've already also come up with something that, of course, will tell you about what actually the state of South Africa did. In Mankanyi versus Anglo-Ashanti, it's a mining law case wherein this guy, in a form of a delict, was had, or rather experienced, some medical issues in relation to what he has inhaled or what he has been affected with during the operation of a mining activity. And as a result, when he raised these issues, just like what was raised in Lomin in Marikana, there were lots of issues, because one of the issues there, human rights, was issue of livelihoods, the issue of healthcare and poor living conditions. And he also raised those things to say, now, why are you sacrificing our rights for the sake of an investment? And he was told that the way in which our operation works is either you accept or you exit. And now that is why he brought the matter before the Constitutional Court, which effectively gave Makanya a right to pursue, or a right of recourse to pursue that they claim against a company, because the Constitutional Court viewed this as a basic or mere open thing relating to a violation of Mr. Makanya human rights. The other excruciating pain, colleagues, which dealt with an investment, and therefore, let's wrap up, with an investment, and of course they say time is up. So with an investment, and therefore the issue of the protection of human rights is in the case of forestry, where South Africa was being sued by a foreign investor for South Africa having had actually changed or reformed the law in order to cater for the interest of its citizen. And the foreign investor said, no, if you change this law, it means you are indirectly expropriating my investment. And South Africa said, we are not doing that. However, given the protections, the minimum standards of protections that South Africa sacrificed for the investor used that against South Africa in order to raise violation of human rights. Remember, the investment definition in South Africa simply says an investor must be treated the same way as a national of that whole state. So that is why the investor managed to use the Constitution and the Constitution fundamental human rights. And we know other things. The revised mining charter also brought all those things with regard. The Cliff Decker also had their views with regard to how they can preserve the Marikana issue, how they can preserve human rights. And also Chris Cross and Kiskin found their own ways in terms of how investment can better save South Africa's violation of human rights. And as a result, human rights can also be advantageous in terms, can they be advantageous? That's a question, but I also found that yes, they can be if only they adhere to the universally drafted human rights protection, and that they also adhere to the South African constitutional frameworks in promoting the human rights, and therefore adhere to the new model called business corporations human rights. So that is what is called, and now BRICS is also coming up with instruments, and you'll come to learn about them once maybe if the paper is published in time. You come about learn on what BRICS is doing to safeguard investment in the member states. So as a result, the conclusion therefore is saying that as we deal with investment, we must always prioritize human rights and try to find legal frameworks to support the existence and preservation of the human rights, because human rights, according to this paper, they are life, and therefore it should always be something that remains an industrial liability to preserve. So as a result of this, ladies and gentlemen, the companies at all times, if they failed to adhere, they should be guided by the internal or local law, such as the Protection of Investment Act that was signed by the former President Jacob Zuma in 2015, which seeks to protect, promote human rights and investment in South Africa. As a result, investors should be guided how to protect human rights if they fail or they fail to understand how human rights are protected. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate Mathebula, for not sticking to time. Thank you very much. You can say too much. You can sing up. No go join this isole swam fumo. You can sing up for Advocate Mathebula. Nababula songa mina la no magona. I don't have to translate. We're in Limpopo. You need to be in the bus if you need translation. Thank you very much. What I found very topical with your presentation, Advocate Mathebula, is the role of the Constitution. I envision to be in a law school one day where the narrative that the Constitution is the supreme law in the land can start to be questioned, because we have seen now what we call a shifting of gears or a role differentiated approach. One would even ask, are now the judges the Constitution, or are these judges now the supreme law of the land? Ladies and gentlemen, jot your questions down for Advocate Mathebula. The next speaker is Professor G. van Niekerk, who's also from the University of Limpopo. The title of the presentation is Socio-Political Transformation and the Empowerment of People in Rural Areas in South Africa through Financial Inclusion. Prof, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think it's fine. All right, I'll start with my summary first. I'm going to argue that we should harness social political transformation, the restructuring of all aspects of life, including how we think and live, to address the poverty crisis of people living in rural areas in South Africa through financial inclusion. I will ask the question, what is poverty? What is social political transformation? And then I will discuss economic growth and financial inclusion. Now, poverty has long been a persistent and multifaceted challenge faced by many countries in the world, and the eradication of poverty has been a pressing concern of policymakers and social activists globally. So poverty is a state or a condition in which a person or community lacks the financial resources and essentials for a minimum standard of living. Socio-political transformation refers to significant changes in both the social and political structures of a society. The process involves shifts of power dynamics, governance systems, cultural norms, often driven by the pursuit of greater equity, justice, and democracy. So, socio-political transformation encompasses the changes in laws, attitudes, behaviors, leading to a reorganization of how society functions and how political authority is exercised. A comprehensive approach is necessary to socio-political transformation to address the poverty crisis in South Africa, specifically rural South Africa. Poverty is not simply a matter of inadequate income, but rather a multidimensional condition rooted in the lack of access to various resources and opportunities, including education, health, justice, land, credit, and a voice in institutions. So tackling concentrated poverty requires a holistic approach that addresses these interconnected problems simultaneously. So in practice, social political transformation can manifest in various forms, such as democratization that we already had in South Africa, social justice movements, leadership changes, or reforms that address economic inequalities. So it can also involve the empowerment of marginalized groups and the dismantling of oppressive systems. So Mr. Mosotho Mokoena, the chairperson from the Independent Electoral Commission this morning, said that we must guard against economic apartheid by excluding people from the economy in instances, and that's exactly what I'm saying. I will argue that social political transformation can manifest through financial inclusion of people, and this may lead to the reduction of poverty in South Africa. So the question that I ask is economic growth a solution to poverty? Now, the real economic growth rate, GDP, measures economic growth as expressed by the gross domestic product in a country. The real economic growth rate in South Africa in 2022 was 1.9%, and last year it was 0.6%. The South African Reserve Bank has predicted economic growth of 1.6% for next year. So with an unemployment rate of 33% currently in South Africa, many people are jobless, and we need to grow the economy to get more jobs. So if you look at the theory behind it, Oken's law, named after the economist Arthur Oken, showed in the early 1960s already that over an extended period, there is a negative relationship between changes in the rates of the real GDP and unemployment. So that means when GDP growth goes up, unemployment comes down. So a study done by Levine in the US after the global financial crisis in 2009 found that if the rate of GDP growth falls below the rate of labor force growth, there will not be enough jobs created to accommodate all new job seekers, which makes sense. So as a result, the proportion of the labor force that is employed will fall. Put differently, the unemployment rate will rise. So research shows that. So the GDP is important for lowering unemployment. So in July 2023, 115 CEOs of top companies pledged support for a business-led initiative by the government. And then on Tuesday this week, 140 CEOs pledged to renew their financial and practical support for President Cyril Ramaphosa's economic reform measures to reignite economic growth and foster job creation. And it is hoped that if that is successful, more than 2 million jobs can be created in the next few years. So financial inclusion, how does this come into play? It is widely accepted that financial inclusion can reduce poverty, it can increase economic growth. So I argue for economic growth, for financial growth, and therefore I also argue for more financial inclusion in South Africa. I'm going to skip a little bit just for the sake of time. So the important thing for me is that research shows that being properly banked, meaning having a bank account, is the most important determinant of financial inclusion, and that other factors will follow when a person has a bank account. Just having a bank account is not enough. It must be a bank account that's being used. So if a bank account holder only puts the money into the account once and draws everything out again like a mailbox, it's also not, according to me, proper financial inclusion. A bank account has to be used more often. In my paper, I will go into that in more detail. So if you just quickly look at South Africa, what formal measures did we have for increasing financial inclusion? First of all, we had the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act in 2003. In the act, nothing was specifically said about financial inclusion, although the scene was set that it could happen in future. The foundation was laid. Then in 2004, the Financial Sector Charter came into play, where transformation targets were set, specifically that 80% of lower income consumers should have access to affordable priced basic banking by 2008. That was not reached, but it was later on reached that 80% people are regarded as financially included, although many of those still use the bank account as a mailbox, which is not proper financial inclusion, but that on the side. Then the Financial Sector Code came in 2012, and then it was replaced by the amended Financial Code of Good Practice on Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment. So that was an important document, because in that document, the one in 2017, a lot of targets were set, financial targets. Then the Financial Sector Regulation Act was enacted in 2017. Now this act is the first time in South Africa that financial inclusion was put in a statute. So explicitly legislated. Thank you, I'm finishing up. Now, in this act, it says that financial inclusion means that all persons have timely and fair access to appropriate, fair, and affordable financial products. And then there's various other sections in the act that is important. But the thing is, to end, is that in the act, section 34 and 58, provide that the Prudential Authority and the Financial Conduct Authority, the two big regulators apart from the South African Reserve Bank, should support financial inclusion. So these regulators have powers to enforce the provisions of financial inclusion in South Africa. So I conclude to say the FSR Act has enough, it legislated enough, but the Act must be properly enforced. So we don't need to change the Constitution to get financial inclusion in South Africa. We might need the Constitution to confirm this, but the Act already exists and it should be used. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Van Niekerk, for that instructive presentation. One thing I appreciated with her presentation is, I think you have seen on the various pictures she showed on the screen, she was sensitive to the demographic and the history of South Africa. Because black people, we tend to want to own poverty. You know, the pictures of poverty, we want to own them. So the landscape has really changed. And also to highlight that is very important. But also from your presentation is more access to credit facilities and so on for people to be more empowered. I see the speakers from the University of Limpopo are very eager to speak. I haven't called them, but they're already next to me. All of them. I haven't called them, but they are next to me. But that being the case, it's understandable. Maybe the strategies, the director of the school told them, stand next to him so that the number oneness can be rubbed off. So it's still okay. The title of the next presenter is Professor Grace. I don't want to butcher your surname. Can I still stick to the Professor, can I just stick to Professor Grace? The title of her presentation is The Social Welfare Snare in South Africa, Social Assistance as an Incentive or Disincentive to Labor Market Entry. We are in your hands, Prof. Thank you.
I don't know what happened. You see, technology. Sanbonani. My name's are Duduzile Grace Mbajok. Don't ask me where I got the surname. I'm going to present on the social welfare snare and social assistance, that is the subtitle, as an incentive or disincentive to labor market entry. So this study is drawn from the premise that poverty manifests itself in different dimensions, and those dimensions are what leads to what we call livelihood shocks. And as such, it means once people experience livelihood shocks, they now go into a state of what? Of deprivation. And once individuals are in a state of deprivation, unless certain measures, government measures, especially legislative measures, are taken or adopted and properly implemented, those people get entrapped into that perpetual state of poverty. So poverty manifests itself in lack of material conditions and economic services such as unemployment. Therefore, lowering the standard of individuals and households. And in South Africa, we know that poverty goes hand in hand with inequality. Why inequality? Because of the happenings of the past, the stations when it comes to natural resources and access to basic amenities, then it means what? It means majority of the populace, they lack access to such economic opportunities and material conditions to do what? To improve their quality of life. So we have the NDP 2030 that it tries, I'm saying tries with all respect in quotation marks, tries to do what? To amend this situation. And also when there is poverty, then we are going to have social problems. And once there is a manifestation of social problems, then it means certain livelihood assets, such as human capital, are going to be what? To be affected. That is why we have a high unemployment rate. As you can see, the statistics there, it's quite alarming. And the worst of all is that most of those people are neat. When I say neat, I don't mean they are dressed properly, Prof. Nyane. I know we have our own war when it comes to my topics. He says it's not law. I don't know what it is. Sociology. So those people who are in need, these are people who, if they are not assisted through social policy reforms, they know they are going to remain in that perpetual state of what? Of poverty. And those are the people who end up using social grants and other means of social assistance as a what? As a crutch. Because it's better I go and move in with Ugogo, with my grandmother, because she gets a pension. You know what? At least I'll be surviving with that pension. And if care is not taken, that becomes a trap. Because the people, they become discouraged, they lack motivation to even go job searching. So that is where the premise of this topic is based. And also it adopts what we call the structural poverty theory. This theory is that there are certain conditions within our society, within the community, that leads to poverty. And here I'm using unemployment as an example. So those structural problems, they do what? They cause a barrier to individuals from doing what? From escaping poverty. And if we can look there, what this author, Paul Spiker, he sets out three elements of what constitutes structural poverty. Class-based explanations, that is uneven distribution of wealth in the society, which is prevalent in South Africa. We have high class or lower class, middle class, and so forth. And all that, because everyone is at a different level of economic well-being, then those who do not have, they remain at the bottom. And we also have agency views, that is where the government or private organizations, they are not doing enough to assist people to get out of what? The poverty trap. And inequality, of course, most poor people, they lack opportunities that will enhance their livelihood assets. And now, what is this interrelationship between poverty and unemployment and social policies? One of the main things is that Section 27 of the Constitution, it states that those who do not have, they should be assisted through social welfare benefits. But at the same time, if you look at subsection 2, it says there should be measures. And those measures, they cannot only be protective measures. Because we will not be helping anyone, we will not be assisting anyone if they are protective measures. They need to be what? Developmental measures. So any social welfare policy, as envisaged in the white paper of 1997 of social welfare, they should perform a developmental function that will make those people who are under protective measures, I don't know what happened. Okay, those who are relying on protective social assistance to get out of that type of from under that type of social assistance and be what? And be economically active. And we can only do that if we adopt what we call activation policies. Those, okay, 5 minutes, it's enough, thank you. Activation policies are those policies that that incorporate the protective aspect of social assistance into what? Into active labor market programs. So in other words, those people, once they are getting those social grants, yes, it's good, because we do not want them to do what? To suffer from hunger, to suffer from lack of basic resources, but also enroll them in programs that will up their skills, that will up their education. The terrible thing in South Africa is that there is an oversupply of what? Of low-skilled workers. But those workers with certain skills that are required by employers, they are not available. Because if you can have such a high rate of unemployment, and those are people who have never even looked for jobs before, it means there is a problem with how our policies are formulated. So what is the social welfare trap? This means that once the people are using protective social assistance for a long time, they now become comfortable and reluctant to go back to what? To gainful employment. It's most worse for those who have never been employed before. As you will see, then they fall into what we call the social welfare trap. Look at the statistics there. In the month of September alone, about 17 million people applied for the SRD. 17 million. And there we are told that about 1.2 million have no formal schooling. So how are those people going to escape from that form of social assistance unless they are enabled and empowered to do what? To enter into profitable activities. It's not going to happen. Okay, and we are told more than half of those applicants have never worked before. And the other ones, 4.8 million, have worked for 1 year or less. So you can see there what the authors are saying, that people usually use relatives who are recipients of social assistance to do what? To use them, as a means of survival. And there's a disincentive, then it means social welfare benefits should be channeled properly so that they can do what? They can be used, like I said, as a means to activate employment, or for those beneficiaries to search for employment. Finally, active labor market programs. This is what I believe will help people from getting out of the social welfare trap. When people are being trained at universities, those trainings should be channeled towards the employment sector. It should not be something that I get a degree, then I go and sit at home. So the private sector should also receive incentives so that they can take our graduates and do what? So that they can earn the required skills and knowledge in order to escape poverty. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Grace. I think Professor Nyan is jealous of you. You kept to even time. The colleagues your colleagues can learn a lot from you in sticking to time. Prof. Grace is saying, ladies and gentlemen, very quick and to the point, is saying, please go back home, tell your brothers and sisters who have been receiving the 350 of Ramaphosa to return it, and that they must make means that they can be able to get into formal employment, because we can't afford to be a social welfare state. But jokes aside, a presentation is very instructive pertaining to some of the SDG goals. I know we in South Africa, universities in particular, are very active on that. In particular, SDG 2, zero hunger. The target is 2030. So it's 6 years to go. We are very active on these SDGs. Who drafted these SDGs? For who? Do they have our context in mind? Ramaphosa went, you saw him the other day, He was shouting to saying, give us an opportunity in the Security Council, not as South Africa, but as a bloc in Africa. Where are we? Are we not contradicting ourselves? I'm waiting to hear that the University of Limpopo has its own sustainable development goals, not the SDGs of Japan or somewhere else, but ours, so that we can take ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are taking questions. I hope you are noting down questions, not for me, but for the presenters. Last but not least, we have the two colleagues from the University of the Free State. I see you have joined the University of Limpopo. I haven't called you, but you are here. Is Dr. V. Chimeri and Dr. B. Pore. The title of their presentation is Rethinking Trade in Minerals through the Development of Effective Beneficiation Rules to Achieve Community-Based Social Justice in South Africa. Over to you, ma'am.
Greetings, colleagues. So my name is Bongai Chimeri. I'm the Chimeri one, and there is the other Bella. So we are working on this paper titled Rethinking Trade in Minerals through the Development of Effective Beneficiation Rules to Achieve Community-Based Social Justice in South Africa. So firstly, for the purposes of illustration, I've just, I went on Google and then I found this photo, this mine. And for the purpose of illustration, we get gold, we got diamonds, we got platinum, we got iron ore, and so on and so forth through mining. So South Africa is actually one of the leading countries in mining in as far as the variety and quality of mineral produced are concerned. So South Africa actually hosts a number of mineral reserves with an estimated value of $2.5 trillion US. So however, it is important to know that minerals are finite. So by finite, I mean that they diminish upon extraction. So by the time they are mined, they are extracted from the ground, they'll eventually diminish. So from the time they are extracted and from the time that they diminish, so there is a legitimate expectation from the communities, from the local communities, that to benefit rather from their from the minerals that would have been discovered in their communities. So however, rather than benefiting the host communities, these host communities actually suffer more economic, social, and environmental burdens. So far from reaping the benefits, host communities typically endure land loss without adequate compensation and bear disappropriate social, economic, and environmental burdens associated with mining. So for instance, some of them, they even they lose their cultural sites. For instance, they can lose grazing sites. They can even cause land pollution, right? And can even actually result in health issues, or in some instances, forced relocations as well as loss of income. So all these impacts that local communities can actually suffer as a result of mining, right? So I have this. They have this paper that they have written, the Chagadama and Viljoen. So they term this as a resource curse. So by the resource curse, they are saying these communities, they are rich in resources, but however, despite their richness in their resources, they are not benefiting from them. So rather than benefiting from them, they become praise. Rather, for multinational companies, they become praise for the government entities as well as the politically connected, right? So they endure poverty amidst abundant mineral wealth, which is commonly exploited by external entities, including transnational corporations. So as the purposes of illustration as well, I have this picture just to show you some of the mining communities that after, and there you can see behind that's a mine, and you can see those are the communities that are left where they are in terms of environmental issues, health issues, social welfare, as well as poverty. We also have this one. This is a shanty town as well. I was discussing on our way here with my colleagues, and we were discussing how sometimes when minerals are discovered somewhere, for instance, in local communities are actually displaced, right, for the purposes of relocation. So there is actually a community within South Africa that was displaced, and then they were given temporary shelter. But years later, nothing has been built for them, and they are still wallowing and living under poverty and very deplorable conditions. So what is beneficiation? So beneficiation generally, it can be defined as the successive process of adding value to raw materials from their extraction through to the scale of finished products to consumers, covering a range of very different activities. So it involves transformation of primary material briefly, it actually involves a transformation of a primary material. So by primary materials, I'm referring to raw materials. For instance, gold, you have your iron ore, you have your diamonds. So in their raw nature, they can be transformed, right? Up to they can be sold to consumers, or they can be exported. Okay, thank you so much. That's 5. Transformed rather, from the time they are actually extracted from ground and from the time they are a finished product. So what is the rationale for beneficiation? So beneficiation can actually create employment opportunities. If effectively implemented, beneficiation can actually address issues of unemployment as well as poverty. And a beneficiation can actually also result in delivering social justice. So in the context of mining, from our point of view, social justice can be understood as a concept that seeks the fair redistribution of resources, opposes discrimination and injustices in distribution, and seeks the eradication of poverty and socio-economic equalities. So it follows from the context of this paper, it actually follows that social justice cannot exist if resource distribution does not benefit all the people in a society. So this understanding of social justice stands in stark contrast to the hostility and the Act. It is the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, that is the MPRDA. We also have the Mining Charter, we have the Precious Metals Act, we have the Diamonds Act, we have the Minerals, we have mining policies, and so on and so forth. So, okay, for the sake of time, I'm going to skip some of the slides. But however, despite South Africa having a relatively strong legal framework on beneficiation, South Africa actually, when it comes to beneficiation, it's the beneficiation that is undertaken in South Africa is low, with activities in the mining sector dominated by primary production and exports of raw or partially processed materials. So South Africa imports a variety of finished products. So rather than us exporting finished products, with our raw materials, South Africa rather actually imports a variety of finished products that have been processed from its own minerals. As a result, there is significant opportunity lost when it comes to revenues, when it comes to employment, due to low beneficiation activities. So the article submits that beneficiated products are key to unlocking social and economic development to create jobs, thereby expanding local skills base. Exports of raw minerals versus beneficiated products resulted in South Africa losing up to 89% of the potential value of such minerals. So, just as to show you how important beneficiation is, a former Trade and Industry Minister actually noted that, however, if we fail to decisively pursue beneficiation, we will relegate the SA economy to a place of the bottom end of the globalization of labor, with serious consequences for our ability to generate income and employment. We do not have the luxury of debating whether to beneficiate our minerals, our mineral wealth. We must harness the collective industry capabilities of SA firms to map how to beneficiate and what enabling policies or support measures are required to ensure this happens successfully and for the benefit and for the benefit of all South Africans. So what are the challenges? So I'm just going to go brief due to time. So there is lack of infrastructure, there is lack of expertise, there is lack of political will to implement relevant legislation, there is corruption and bureaucratic delays as well. There are also statistics surrounding what happens with regards to some of the mining communities. So we have, for instance, 70% of the mining affected communities report there is inadequate consultation. So there is no adequate consultation between the communities, between the mining companies as well as the government. We also have, just going to round down a few, 16% of the mining revenue is concentrated in Gauteng and Northwest provinces. And then our question is, what about Limpopo? What about Free State, the Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape? So it means they're going to share the rest of the 40% when the other two provinces actually got 60%. So what is the way forward? So for us, the way forward is we need to balance. There is the need for the balancing of the conflicting interests of various stakeholders. So we have the government, definitely it's a stakeholder. Thank you, Prof. We have trade unions, we have mining constituencies, we have businesses, we have communities. So there is need for a balanced, balancing of the various conflict interests rather by the from various stakeholders. So among others, our recommendations: invest in infrastructure, skills development support, economic diversification. So by economic diversification, what we are essentially saying is we need to shift from a mentality of where we know that the income of the country, or rather only comes from for instance, from industrialization only, but rather we need to diversify so that we have multiple sources of income, particularly with mining, where South Africa is actually one of the leading countries. We also have the establishment of beneficiation agents authorities, as well as the more effective problem-solving partnerships between government, businesses, organized labor, and communities. And we also have the importance of political will to ensure that there is effective implementation of relevant legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining the Limpopo colleagues with regards to time. If you can't beat them, you join them. Thank you very much. The key word there is beneficiation, and it links also with what Prof. Grace's presentation with regards to poverty and so on, that we also need to work a bit with regards to our minerals in order for them to be beneficial for all of us. Colleagues, without further ado, I only have 10 minutes for questions and answer so that we can be able to close and give others an opportunity. Any questions, inputs, views? We'll just take maybe 2 rounds. Thank you. I note 1, 2, 3, is there another hand? 4. Let's do it in that order. Thank you.
It's an input. It's an input. Advocate Matebula. I heard you saying you.
Please project from the diaphragm so that we can hear you. Thank you. There we go.
Advocate, I heard you saying there's a dearth of literature when you are trying to research when working on your paper. And I think, having listened to your presentation, it's high time you consider multidisciplinary. And I'm saying this because your topic, it's not far from one of the research I was involved in. I was supervising a student. We adopted a theory from, I think it's social sciences, a theory of degrowth. So the theory of degrowth basically it calls for the rejection of economic growth as a compulsory goal. Now, because remember, once you talk investment in South Africa, investments most of the time is in respect to what you call natural resources. And once we invest, the more we are obsessed about investing, we are degrading the environment. because we are going to say we have to invest and make sure that the economy grows or the GDP grows. As such, will be sabotaging or degrading the environment. Now, this is because the colonialism created, a wrong impression to say there's a developed countries, underdeveloped countries, and we happen to be underdeveloped countries. We are obsessed about catching up with the northern global in terms of being developed. And the only way we can catch up is by, investing into this natural resources, extracting them and so forth. So we need to find an alternative way on how we can be satisfied and content about us as a global south being developed in our context. So I think that's how best we can try to, navigate the issue of lack of...
I couldn't help because the topic is close to my heart. I agree with her that the system of social assistance creates a system of entrapment. But don't you think that we should infuse principles of good governance, development, in as far as welfareism is concerned? I'm saying this against the backdrop of countries like your Brazil. They have a system called of Bolsa Familia, wherein they monitor and evaluate the system of social welfare, especially municipalities. You go to India, they have Mahatma Gandhi employment creation schemes. But in South Africa, you have your EPWP, Extended Public Works Programs, where they fix the streets. You'll find 50 people fixing a pothole. So, don't you think that we need those principles, development and good governance, so that our system can improve? Thank you.
Thank you. The two gentlemen here in front. Prof. Grace, please note that. I'll start with this gentleman wearing blue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine goes to Prof. Niekerk.
Sorry?
Thank you, Prof. Van Niekerk.
Van Niekerk,
yes. Thank you very much, Prof, for your insightful presentation on financial inclusivity. And we know that we have millions of people in South Africa, particularly in Johannesburg, that are living in informal settlement and squatter camps. To name the few, we have people in Soweto, Sechuetla, Diepsloot, and many more. Those people, they are facing a significant barrier when it comes to accessing financial services. Why? Because when one applies for applies to open a bank account, they want a proof of residence. And those people, most of them, they do not have. And you said, looking on Section 7, subsection 1F, which promotes financial inclusivity, what do you think should be done by these financial institutions to ensure that even those people that are without these formal documents, the utility bills, proof of res, what should be done for them to access the financial financial sector or have banks and financial institutions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Prof, note that. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's just a comment that I have for Advocate Matebula. Perhaps maybe as part of consolidating your paper, you might also think about whether it's possible to have a screening of investments so that we improve on the quality of investment that we admit in South Africa, and also to consider investment as a public good, as far as it can have a negative implication on human rights. It is also an instrument for the realization of human rights. And then also I have sort of like a question on financial inclusion, the presenter on financial inclusion. I don't know whether opening a bank account may not as well impoverish people, given that banks, they charge sort of like high banking fees, etc. So will that not also impoverish the impoverished peasants in that aspect? And what should be done? Is it because of the neoliberal sort of like nature of banks, etc.? I don't know, but I'll hear your response.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Advocate, we start with you. Thank you, sir. Are there not other colleagues who can help with a roving mic so that you are two? The hall is a bit big, so that you are not angry with me when we leave to say, this guy's been making me run around. Thank you. Advocate?
Yes. Good morning. Is it morning? Oh,
It's
good afternoon. Because I greeted in the morning. Let me just greet now. Good afternoon. Right. Let me just thank Dr. Babela for his contribution, rather suggestions into the body of the paper that is a working paper. However, there are, not to respond, but just to shape the contribution, is that since we are locked into what is called the sunset clauses, and we mostly receive aid from the global north, it's quite some tedious journey to take to transform from that angle. However, we are doing, African jurisprudence now is developing for us to navigate that dilemma of actually trying to sort of copycat the global south's agenda and instruments. And as a result, the area is narrowed by the fact that we are so vulnerable in terms of the attraction of investment, so that we even base our hope on foreign investors than promoting our own in the African region, more specifically South Africa being in the SADC region. And secondly, the question, the comment, or rather answer, goes to the comment given by the chair of the IEC. Yes, it is very vital that perhaps I should look in terms of, not the chairperson, the gentleman there in the white T-shirt, to say perhaps it's high time that investments are considered as an object of humanity. And that is clear because as long as we have resources that we aim to safeguard for the national interest, therefore the investment as well should be measured against what we are doing. So when investments come, they should be measured on the existence of the national, or what is called public interest. So that is a very good contribution towards the paper, and I'll consider that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate. Can we give it to the two professors? We can start with Professor Grace. They are seated next to each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Suse, for that question.
Prof, the colleagues from your IT department, they request that you stand up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not me. It's them.
Thank you so much for that question. It is true indeed. One thing that makes bad policies is poor governance. Because with poor governance, it means although we'll have policies, they will not be properly implemented. And another thing, from what Prof. Suse said, those countries, they have a properly designed social welfare system that incorporates all aspects of what we call social protection. For example, they infuse the protective element when it comes to those who are in dire need, who cannot wait until tomorrow to have their living standard upgraded, if I may use the word. And then they have what we call a promotive element for those who still maybe need the training and so forth. And the last element that they will have is what we call a transformative element. And that transformative element, that's where you infuse what we call activation policies, where you have your social assistance, social welfare, what we call social transfers. And also you have labor market programs, which are used as a stepping stone to take those people gradually out of the social welfare system as we know it in the form of social grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof.
Thank you. The first question about the proof of residence and documents that you have to open a bank account. Yes, that's very true. That falls under the financial sector, the FICA Act, the Financial Intelligence Center Act. So there are voices heard that it must be easier. It must be made easier for people to open a bank account, because it's not those so-called poor people that's going to launder the money. It's big businesses or people earning big money. So I agree with you that it's sometimes difficult for people to open a bank account because of those limitations, and I think more should be done to accommodate them, either by accepting different kind of documents to prove their residence. Then the second question about impoverishing the impoverished. Yes, it can happen that a bank account can take money, but you get bank accounts these days that cost very, very, very little. So the idea is that poorer people should use those accounts, because the thing is, the moment that you have a bank account and you've got an income, then you build up a profile, and then if you want to borrow money from the bank, say for your child's education, it will be easier to get such loans. That's why it's so important to build a profile at a bank. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, thank you. Last round, very quickly. Please keep the questions succinct and to the point. Any burning questions before we close? There's one. Another hand. They've already answered you, Prof. They said there's Capitec, there's Time Bank. The fees are very, 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 very manageable for all of us. Is there another question? There's none. Okay, we'll take you then, Prof. Then only two hands before we close. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. The question of investment.
Can you please project a little bit?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, the question of investments, especially in mining, vis-a-vis the question, human rights. You see, sometimes it may sound very problematic to talk about investment, especially in extractive industries. There have been a number of human rights violations in the industry, and in most of the cases, this is made possible by the elite, the local leaders, and the situation is even worse here in South Africa, because in mining communities currently, you have your local leaders vying to have some benefit from those activities, and even now the extortionists. So, and if you look broadly, it becomes difficult to say that investment has really benefiting the people. I'm just saying this, maybe Advocate Tabula, in the course of his paper, will look at the critical aspect of investment itself. That was just a comment. Secondly, maybe to Professor Van Niekerk, the question of financial inclusion. Can the Reserve Bank play any particular role in ensuring that there is financial inclusion? Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Last question, the gentleman there.
Mine is just a short comment on beneficiation of minerals. I think the two colleagues can also consider the fact that beneficiation should occur sort of like within the vicinity or within the community where those minerals have been extracted. It will obviously create jobs and uplift the standards of living. Thank you.
Thank you. The two colleagues from Free State, maybe you can comment on that. There we go. Yes.
Okay. Yes, so it was for the sake of time, but that is what we are proposing, that beneficiation companies, mining companies should actually create factories in the host community so that the majority of the population can also benefit from mineral extraction that is actually happening within their communities.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your...
Thank you.
Just in addition, colleague, she is right. That is part of the focus of the paper. And we are also focusing on the preamble of the MPRDA to open up the industry and give access to historically disadvantaged and the vulnerable, in particular the host communities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Advocate, you have the last word.
The comments from Mr. Khwali, the comments from the comments from Mr. Khwali and those from the other colleagues, they are noted, and I will look into that and reshape. Surely the paper shall be published. Look into that in order to make the paper tasteful. And I thank you, Mr. Khwali, for also coming with a contribution with regard to who actually, where is the first buck? The first buck is with the tribal council, who are the custodian of the communal lands, and that is very important.
Thank you. I also believe Prof. Nikerk has noted the comment from you, sir. Thank you. Prof. Nyane, thank you for the time and also for accommodating me and the colleagues. We appreciate it. It was an instructive and very thought-provoking presentation. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Prof. Maimela. I see now why you are number 2. Oh, sorry, number 1. We are now transiting to Prof. Snyman with a session that we hope will take us to 1:30 for lunch. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I'm going to be very strict on time. I see there's a time up sign, etc. And then also, just for the previous chair from UP, while you're still the best law faculty for the year, you actually took our VC. So that is an indication of the best university. Okay, so colleagues, the first paper, where's our speaker? It is on perspectives from the South, inserting native legal capital and imagination into truly South African law. Also from Limpopo. Go Limpopo.
What do you mean?
All right. It's TLC slides. checkela yona quick fast. Ika yale nyaka ungana. Ashe. Copy. I've copied it. So we are more. That one, it's fine. Funela kumanga na kwala Yesu. TLC slides are she go fast. Then one more projector. Project. Okay. Okay. Key mover country. Yeah, it's fine. I can start. Okay. Tobel. Kimunyamani PL. The P is silent. You can call me Lisicalaga Munyamane for the ease of your reference. And the topic of my conversation here is as it appears on your screen. I have created at the center here, returning Roman Dutch law home to the north and west. That is because my understanding of internationalization is actually in regard to ensuring that the Roman Dutch lenses through which we perceive South African law, through which we practice the so-called South African law, is actually returned home to its makers. And in order to return it home, we therefore then have to reorient the South African law to truly reflect the fabric of the country. And the foregone conclusions I have reached in coming to this decision that we have to return the law back home is that the law of South Africa is by and large accepted as Roman Dutch. And to this end, as a matter of fact, Professor Ndema wrote an entire thesis reminding us that, as a matter of fact, we do not have law in South Africa. It was imposed, and then Mudiri later tells us that the Constitution accepted the imposition and passed it off as the law of the people. As a result, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the imposition of Roman Dutch law necessarily results in the fact that we have a general denial of epistemological access by the general people of this country. And Professor Ramose has as well dedicated quite a lot of his work to this end. In order to try and understand the problem of returning Roman Dutch law back home, ladies and gentlemen, you have to appreciate that the jurisprudence that we have been talking about here today is more the jurisprudence of the court than the jurisprudence of the country. We are taught Roman Dutch law. We apply Roman Dutch law, and so too the courts apply Roman Dutch law. As a matter of fact, if you go into the villages to speak to people, they do not understand what is going on legally. So we have what I have now called, in agreement with Professor Mantua of UNISA, the jurisprudence of the court. This, as I have indicated, is the result of the superimposition of the northbound views as indicated in the jurisprudence of Biko by Professor Mudiri of the self-proclaimed #1 faculty in the country. In order to cure ourselves of these problems, ladies and gentlemen, and bridge the gap between the jurisprudence of the court and the reality that affects us all, I have proposed, ladies and gentlemen, that we abandon the doctrinal inquiry through which we do the law. We have been participating in a process of reimagining Roman Dutch law. Whatever new terms you call it, we are reimagining Roman Dutch law. And if we abandon this pursuit of trying to be white and operating from a northbound view, we will have to go into an empirical methodology in order to magnify the native reality. And I propose in my conversation here the general framework through which the plurality of methodology can also assist us in coming to an epistemological access as natives. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is through Tarayoso's community cultural wealth. As explained in the picture here, ladies and gentlemen, this is just an array of knowledge and skills. By the indoctrination of the Roman Dutch law, we have sort of accepted, complicitly I must add, that we lack the necessary abilities, skills, and the knowledge capital to insert native imagination and assumptions. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, community cultural wealth invites us to use this tool of justice in order to find the reality that we so need in the law of South Africa. Community cultural wealth, as imagined, ladies and gentlemen, by Tarayoso, has 6 capitals. They appear on your screen at the present moment. The aspirational one, the works of Professor Ndima, and as followed up by Professor Mantua, who speaks about reorienting the South African legal hierarchy so that the law of the natives is actually the law of the country, must come to the fore. And in order to appreciate this fully, ladies and gentlemen, I return to the definition of traditional philosophy as appearing in Section 1 of the Traditional Health Practitioners Act of 2007. It describes indigenous African philosophy as an indigenous African technique, principles, theories, ideologies, beliefs, opinions, and customs, and whether supported by science or not. This traditional African philosophy appears nowhere else in South African law, or the Roman Dutch lenses through which we consider it. And that is because traditional philosophy, as espoused by this definition, is unapologetically black. It says at the end, whether supported by science or not. I dare add to this definition, ladies and gentlemen, whether supported by Roman Dutch law or not. So through the empirical inquiry into the societies through which we are supposedly serving with this Roman Dutch law, we are able to gather the legal capital of the communities. And I define this legal capital, ladies and gentlemen, as an array of skills and intellectual consciousness. The natives of this country are intellectually conscious. They are aware of what they are doing. I was at a colloquium recently at the University of Pretoria, where we spent hours on end debating how best we can assist the communities in understanding Rome and Dutch law. They didn't put it in those terms, but the intention and the underlying message has always been that we have to go into the communities in trying to come up with these things that are called decolonization and transformative constitutionalism. The idea is that we must go into the communities and teach them about the Constitution. The Constitution that was adopted on the lenses of the Roman Dutch law has to be taught to the people. We do not appreciate, seemingly from the conversation I got at that colloquium, that we appreciate that natives actually have intellectual consciousness, ability, knowledge in the interaction with themselves and others. So I therefore urge upon people, ladies and gentlemen, to avoid this urge of being knowledge bearers. We bear the knowledge of Roman Dutch law, and I invite you all to return it home so that we can reorient the South African law and accept the natives and their consciousness intellectually. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, in the reorientation of the South African law, we must appreciate the worldviews of the natives. And the worldview has been defined by many as the basic assumptions that people make of their purpose and existence in this that we call Mother Earth. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mondlane. My colleague Bella, let me practice your name. Okay, thank you also for being right on time. The next speaker, Dr. Matiba. Was that right? Dankie, Bella.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tema Adolf Matiba, and I'm going to start my presentation in different rooms. And I'm sure that in this room, we are going to say knowledge of the law. And I suspect that Ntate Musutu there would say electoral management knowledge. And you would all be right. But just because you are right in this room does not mean that others are wrong in other rooms. So the title of my paper that I wrote, Rural Entrepreneurship and Socio-Economic Transformation in Limpopo, South Africa. And the presentation will take shape in this form. We'll have background and motivation, problem statement, literature review, methodology, findings, and it will be followed by conclusions and recommendations. So a new class of traders in townships and rural areas has emerged in the South African local entrepreneurship space in the last 10 years. It comprises of foreign nationals who have penetrated and took over the local economy. The emergence of these foreign nationals have started to be a concern for locals who claim that their livelihoods are taken away by the new landscape that has foreigners at the center of local entrepreneurship. It can be argued that the new class of traders in the local economy has an upper hand on locals who are not equipped to run their businesses as a result of the lack of commercial background that is supposed to be found in secondary school commercial curriculum. Aruna and Shamila have said that commerce education serves as the bedrock of business, playing a pivotal role in economic growth. it is asserted that commerce education is a pathway to a more enriched way of living. That is according to RECA. And therefore, it can be concluded that secondary school commercial curriculum can play a big role in advancing rural entrepreneurship for the local South African citizens if delivered effectively and efficiently. So now, what is the problem? Previous research has found that most South African schools are underperforming, despite the fact that there appears to be little to no research on the specific performance of commercial subjects in South Africa. Kruger found learners underperforming in economics in the annual National Senior Certificate Examination in his study on pedagogical content knowledge. Similarly, higher education research on accounting found that the subject is facing problems related to limited resources and underdevelopment of skills. Furthermore, Tabankarimani and Makula reveal in their paper on the phasing out of commercial entrepreneurship subjects that commercial subjects are facing extinction in some schools in Limpopo province due to underperformance. The literature suggests that there may be barriers to curriculum delivery of secondary school commercial subjects. So just to give a background of what commercial subjects are, the transformation of education in South Africa began to take significant strides between 1989 and 1994, marked by the integration of commercial subjects into the curriculum. Within South African secondary schools, the commercial stream encompasses subjects such as economic and management sciences, business studies, economics, and accounting. Economic and management sciences can be found in what we call GET, General Education and Training phase. And it is a combination of all the three subjects in FET phase, Further Education and Training. It is meant to ground learners with foundation for accounting, business studies, and economics, which are critical aspects of entrepreneurship. So I want us to look at commercial subjects and local economic development. Entrepreneurship is viewed as a key method for rejuvenating poor rural areas by both scholars and policymakers alike. So commercial subjects like accounting, economics, and business studies are designed to develop learners' entrepreneurial skills, which is something that can be used to drive local economic development. And it is asserted again by scholars that entrepreneurship has gained a widespread global acceptance in both developed and developing countries over the years. It has developed a lot of recognition and is seen as a critical component for local economic development and progress through sustained financial benefits and competitiveness. Promoting and supporting commercial subjects we submit, especially in rural schools, is therefore imperative for economic development. And again, looking at commercial subjects and rural entrepreneurship and income generation. So since commercial subjects are designed to equip learners with skills that will enable them to start and run their own businesses, they can go a long way in promoting rural entrepreneurship. Ngorora and Mago have said that the promotion of rural entrepreneurship can assist in addressing appealing societal challenges facing rural areas in many countries around the world. And Mugabo and Pere further argue that rural enterprises do not only provide employment opportunities for the rural population, but they are also a source of income for rural entrepreneurs, which ultimately has a positive effect on the distribution of income. Similarly, Alimu acknowledges entrepreneurship and enterprise development as important partners in promoting job creation and equitable income distribution in rural areas. Therefore, schools must play their role with commercial subjects to ensure that they are delivered efficiently and effectively. So I'm gonna skip, in the interest of time, the methodology and go straight to the findings. It was found that, in fact, commercial subjects have, the following impact. They help in terms of employment. So Mugoba and Akpera argues that rural enterprises do not only provide employment opportunities for rural population, but they are also a source of income for rural entrepreneurs, which ultimately has a positive effect on the distribution of income. So the commercial departmental heads interviewed in the secondary schools share the same sentiments. They allude that the commercial subjects have the potential to eradicate high levels of unemployment in rural communities where a lot of people are without jobs or job opportunities. They assert that the commercial stream is designed for that purpose. And again, with regards to poverty alleviation, according to Nkwankwa and Okeke, every successful entrepreneurial initiative raises the income of an ordinary individual and the standard of living in a society. This suggests that the appalling levels of poverty displayed in a lot of rural communities can be overcome by entrepreneurial activities, which the commercial subjects aims to advance as part of its objectives. The findings from the literature and raw data suggest that commercial subjects are very important in secondary schools and can be used as also alluded that issues such as illiteracy, HIV and AIDS, inequalities, rights, and gambling can be fought and won using commercial subjects. Other social ills like crime and strikes are some of the major socioeconomic issues that can be eradicated by the effective and efficient delivery of secondary school commercial subjects. The commercial departmental heads all agree that the content found in the commercial subjects are imperative for survival in the current economic climate that is characterized by various social ills that are detrimental for the well-being of citizens in the country. It is therefore important for schools to not just have commercial subjects, but to also ensure that all the subjects are delivered and efficiently and effectively for them to serve their purpose. So now going to the conclusions and recommendations. As learners progress through school, they need to be encouraged and supported to take commercial subjects for their own emancipation, economic freedom, and improved standard of living. Research indicates that entrepreneurship remains one of the oldest drives for local economic activities, which enable individuals to identify business opportunities for exploitation, particularly in rural areas. So drawing on this review, it is clear that commerce should be supported extensively within the educational system in our country. Despite the evidence on the importance of commercial subjects, they are still continuing to be treated like, child in education, especially in basic education. Schools are phasing out the stream, leaving parents and learners frustrated and settling for the available subjects offered, while others have to change schools. The phasing out of the commercial subjects and stream by schools undermine Article 26 in the Constitution on the right to education that states that parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. One then wonders if the best constitution reflects the lived experience of our people. We argue that schools need to ensure that commercial teachers and learners are supported to advance the commercial subjects as they have been established to be one of the most important tools in driving local entrepreneurship for local economic development. We are not saying that commercial education or curriculum is of most worth, but it is definitely one of those knowledge that is imperative, especially in the current economic predicaments we find ourselves in. Thank you.
Wow, you're all making this very easy for me. Okay, our next speaker, Dr. Makudu. Oh, there you are.
Ke tla qala ka ho leboha mofumahadi mo professora Elizabeth Snyman van der Venter ya tshwereng marapo ka jeno. Ke lebohe hape le sekolo sa molao sa University ya Limpopo, baemedi ba sekolo seo sa molao le bao ba se tshwereng ka hore ba ile ba re mema mme ba re amohela ba re lokisetsa le dintho tseo re di fumaneng mona le o tla ba conferenceng ena ya ka jeno e sa le qala maobane. Phaposing ena ya Meseta nna ke le sebui sa motsotso ona le nako ena ke tla leka hore ke le hlalosetse ka puo e ke nkang hore ke a e utlwisisa. Puo eo ke dumelang hore boholo ba batho ba dulang sebakeng sena nka re provinceng ena ya Limpopo ba e utlwisisa. Mme taba kgolo ya ka ke ena, pele ke ya pele ka yona ke batla hore ke le lemose hore e ngwetswe ka sekgowa leqhepeng la 17 programeng eo ya lona la le e re ke le fe yona ka Sesotho sa Moshweshwe. Dikakanyo le mebono ka ho tsetela ditshiya tsa molaotheo wa mmuso wa batho bohle ka ho sebedisa dipuo tsa semolao tsa South Africa kapa Afrika Borwa. Ebile pele ke ya pele ke kopa le ntumelle ho qolotsa mantswe ya mohlalifu e mong yeo ho thweng o kile a re motho e mong le e mong o bohlale, empa ebang o tla metha bohlale ba hae ka bokgoni ba hlapi eo hore e hlwa sefate jwang, hlapi eo e tla dula e kgolwa hore ke yona sethotho. Ho thwe ke mantswe a mohlalifi e moholo ya tsejwang lefatshe lohle ya bitswang Albert Einstein, empa dibui tse ding bahlalifi ba bang ba etsang dipatlisiso ba re mohlomong Albert Einstein ha ka ba bua jwalo. Ke le dumedisa baeti bohle conferenceng ena, maqwetha le bahlalifi ba tswang hole hodimo lefatshe dinaheng tse hole le haufi. Thobelang, dumelang, areng, sanbona, ndimacheroni, abusheni, goeiemorgen, good morning, good afternoon. We are so time conscious. Lochani, molweni, sanbona, sanibonani. Magagesho ka moka ke tla bolela ka dipolelo tse tharo. Ba gaetso lotlhe ke tla bua ka maleme a mararo. Ba heso kaofela Basotho ba batle ke tla leka ka jeno hore ha ke na bua Senyesemane kapa Sejatlhapi seo boholo ba rona re lebeletseng hore re tla se utlwa mona. Hape ke kgethile hore lona le le tjena ka mehla le ka mehla le batla ho utlwa sekgowa, le se utlwe hohle mo le dulang teng, hohle mo le theolang teng, hara malapa a lona ho bana ba lona le hara metswalle ya lona le hara dira tsa lona le batla ho bua sekgowa le ha eka ba ditjhaba le bona le batla ho ba buisa sekgowa ba feta ka tsela le bona le batla ho ba haila ka sekgowa sena sa lona se hodimo. Ke bua ka boikokobetso le boinelo hore puisano ya ka le lona ka jeno e ka kgona ke ilebise haholo le dintlha le ditaba kgolo isita le dikgaolo tsa molaotheo wa naha ena ya borona e tsejwang ka lebitso lena la Afrika Borwa. Lebitso le supang fela hore ke naha e nqalong e itseng. Pele ke ya pele hape ke rata ho qolotsa mantswenyana a mabedi a mararo a nkileng ka a fumana ho monna ye mong ya neng a sebetsa khasong e kgolo ya lebitso la Lekgotla la Kgaso la Afrika Borwa mane toropong e bitswang Makhado. O na sebetsa Lekgotla la Kgaso la Afrika Borwa mane toropong e bitswang Makhado. Ka nako eo ho ne o sana le nkare mephatonyana e itseng e menyenyane ya Lekgotla la Kgaso. O ile a bua mantswe a tjenana a ke batlang ho a bua, mme ke tshepa hore le tla ntshwarela ebang ha ke bui mantswe ao hantle ha monate. Naho re tshiyamba nyambo zisafani riyakhona ufana. Ke kopa hore le ntumelle hore ke iphete. Naho re tshiyamba nyambo zisafani riyakhona ufana. Mantswe ana ile a dula pelong ya ka le maikutlong a ka nako e telele ke ipotsa ke ipatlisisa hore ebe motho o ka phenye kolla jwang hore o shebe hantle hore botebo ba ona mantswe ana a bolela eng. Hona le hore motho nako enngwe ha utlwa mantswe a utlwisisa wa utlwa mme wa utlwisisa mme hobane a utlwisisa wa nka ha bobebe mme ka pelenyana fela o ye a nyatse a nke hore no mohlomong mantswe ana ha se ya nnete, ha na bohlale ka hare, ha na kutlwisiso ka hare, empa ile hore ke mantswe a seng bobebe hakalo, empa ile mantswe a kang maele. Jwale ke tla nka nako jwalo hore ke leke hore ke bue ntwe e totobetseng eo Basotho ba leboa ba buang Sepedi ba re e molaleng, goba ba re ditaba tše ke tše molaleng. Ke gopela gore ke ye gore ye mongwe le mongwe wa lena bahlomphegi, ye mongwe le wo mongwe wa lena bahlomphegi a re hlathollele gore polelo ye ya e molaleng goba ditaba tše di molaleng e ra goreng. Ke kgopelo ya me ya bobedi go lena ke re ka Seesimane yona polelo e ya e molaleng e ra goreng. E monga ge a ka emelela goba a ke sa lenyatše a mpotša gore ka Sepedi le ka Sekgowa polelo e molaleng e bolela goreng. Go na le o ka ithaopang nako ya ka e fedile ke rile ka re ke le boditše gore nako ha e gona ka gore re dira dilo ka Sekgowa. Go fedile a ke a bona metsotso e 5 ge e feta, a ke a bona metsotso e 10 ge e feta. Ke a leboga ge le ka nkaraba la mafelelo ke kgopela ge le ka nkaraba la mafelelo ke gopela gore le mpotše gore puku e ke e swereng e ngwetswe ka leleme le feng re ke batamele puku e e ngwetswe ka leleme le feng ke a leboga Professor Lufielder, Elizabeth Lufielder. Isso são verdade. Tá verdade. E tá feita o jogo que eu vou levar. É não dizer CPI. O mulher. E mulher tu tá secando. O mulher. Tá se suando. Já levou para ke na le mpho ke batlang ho e fa mmere a nang karabileng re ba ba kae ba kileng ba e bala buka ena ya molaotheo ka dipuo tsa bona ke kopa tshwarelo ke qetile ke tla dula fatshe ho na le ba bang ba ke tla ba fang ha ntse ke kopana le bona dibuka tsena ke di tshwere hore re tsebe hore taba di le hlonoko ha o sa tsebe hore title deed ya hao ha ya ngwalwa ka Sesotho kapa ka Sepedi ha se na ya hao ha e sa ngwalwa ka Sesotho ha se na ya hao
Yabonga Kakulu. You used my favorite Sesotho word, hamunati. It's like Afrikaans, lekker, hamunati. Okay, the next speaker, already coming up, thank you. Dr. Rapulana. Sorry, Professor, I called you doctor, but it's the same. We have both titles always.
Thank you, Program Director, and let me also extend my greetings to my colleagues and everybody who is in this hall. The topic of my presentation is Corporate Alternative Dispute Resolution Mechanism in Criminal Law, a pathway to corporate leniency from criminal procedure. Now, let me not assume that people are familiar with what is corporate alternative dispute resolution, but provide its definition that this is an election of a manner of disposal of a criminal case against companies through avenues other than normal criminal proceedings. It's one of these mechanisms which have been introduced by the National Prosecuting Authority. So it is applicable at the pre-trial stage to a company suspected of corruption and corrupt-related offenses, and is restricted to this legislation, which is prevention of organized crime, as well as the prevention of and combating of corruption activities. So, which is we call the investigative directive. So, now the same cannot be said with the decision not to prosecute, which is espoused in the corporate ADR. In fact, should that investigative authority learn of information that materially changes its assessment set out in the corporate ADR, it may proceed with prosecution. So it's not a guarantee. I also want to quickly make a distinction between that corporate ADR with the existing corporate leniency, at the risk of being accused of comparing the oranges with apples or vice versa.
But there's something there. Because with that corporate leniency, even though it's a policy facilitated to facilitate the process through which corporations involved in a cartel activity can disclose information on their cartel conduct, there is an incentive in that corporate leniency. And that incentive is in exchange for immunity from prosecution before the competition tribunal. That incentive is lacking in the corporate ADR. In other words, you are not required to come and provide or cooperate with the NPA with a view of convicting others. But the advantage also of that corporate leniency is that it is made part of the consent order, subject to the approval of the competition tribunal. Now, corporate ADR has no court approval, simply because Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act has those protective measures for those witnesses who testify frankly and honestly. And Section 204 is going to offer those witnesses, it's going to offer them discharge from prosecution if they cooperate with the prosecution and their information led to the conviction of the other accused. And you'll hear people talking about the immunity or indemnity from prosecution, but in fact, they're talking about that Section 204, which is discharge from prosecution. For instance, we know that the corporate ADR, yes, is going to deal with targeting crimes such as corruption. But in Australia, corruption falls within the scope of Division 141 of the Criminal Code. However, there is Annex E of the prosecution policy of the Commonwealth, which provides for the prosecution of corporate crimes. Now, that Annex E is very clear that corporate entities, they are not eligible for immunity under this policy. That immunity is only available to individuals, and not to individuals, but an individual, which means that individual, he must be one of the two or more persons involved in the commission of corporate crime. And that individual must have disclosed before the commencement of an investigation, must be the first to apply for immunity and not have been an instigator, must cooperate with the investigations and ensure court proceedings. Unlike our corporate ADR, they say they expect those directors to sit in a meeting, took a resolution that we are going to disclose the information. Where are you going to get that? Obviously, the directors are not going to agree because that corporate ADR is only going to be given to the company. They'll still be exposed. I will never advise the directors to do that. I will say, go the route of 204. Be the first one. Now, there is one slide that I jumped, but that talks to the relationship between my topic and the theme of the conference. But all in short is to say is that corruption affects the economic growth of our country. And according to the Corruption Perception Index, South Africa is ranked among the corrupt countries. Even the Perception Index has been declining since 1996. The only thing good about South Africa is that the poverty level has reduced, but such reductions is overwhelmed by the employment opportunities, which are not there. Now, in conclusion, back to my slide. My argument is to say that the corporate ADR of the NPA, it entrenches the status quo and makes the dream of inclusive society a pipe dream. Matter.
You already one right at the back. And then the rest of you, if you have questions, please ask them over lunch.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. My question goes to Dr. Makudu, yes, my apologies. I see a talk actually links to the second part of the theme of our program, building society and inclusiveness. So my question to him is, how do we then deal with the whole issue of spatial planning against the backdrop of issue how people live post-democracy? Because you would recall that spatial planning was meant that I must be in KwaZulu-Natal, speak Zulu, must be in Limpopo, speak Pedi, must be in Mafikeng, speak Tswana. So then how do you now deal with such issues so that we are able to improve inclusiveness? Thank you, Chair.
Second question. Okay, first hand and then the third one here. Okay. Just put up your, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ngwane with the University of Limpopo. My question is to Dr. Mnyamane. Sending Roman Dutch law back home to the Western Europe where it came. I recently engaged were incorporated into the piece of legislation. Does it necessarily give effect to indigenous knowledge and its protection, as it were? No. So my question to Dr. Mnyamane is, how best can we have legislation such as this bill aimed at protecting something so potent and important to us as traditional knowledge, reflect the values espoused in the communities the legislation is aimed at protecting, and not a reflection of Western norms, as it were? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over here. Too late.
To Dr. Mnyamane, who is saying we must send things back to the north. My question, Dr. Mnyamane, is this. What do you actually mean in practical terms? Are you talking about us remaining with African customary law or creating a new common law? And by the way, to say that 30 years into the new design, our common law is Roman Dutch. Is it not mental coloniality on its own? Because the Constitution says common law, the South African common law. That part which is not a part of South African common law, are we not gradually making it fall off and remain with South African common law? Is it not coloniality to say our common law is Roman Dutch law? As we have always been saying for all this time, and it has been, okay, let me shut up, Chairperson.
I said only 3, but he was so adamant for the very last one. Can we wait? Then it would be in front, then there. Let me just hear.
Okay, no, thanks, Prof. My first question is directed to Dr. Mnyamane. Yeah? Yeah?
Okay, only one question, not more than one.
Sure.
One question.
All right. So basically, what is raised is a very complex one. You know, it's not new that. Actually, I had a long debate with Dr. Ndima at some stage because I was presenting something on the creation of a common legal framework out of both the old legal system and the new legal system, you know, and then create one, right? And was very critical about that, saying, look, we must discard this one completely. My issue then was, think about other fields, like labor law, you know, and different fields. Are we not running the risk that we may be crediting white people and the West more than they deserve. More than they deserve, in the sense that when we don't like something, we think that white people created it, right? Even things that were created by black people. I will give an example. The fight on the issue of the Freedom Charter, for example, when the PAC left, was because white people drafted the Freedom Charter, and they left out people like Z.K. Matthews, who were very, very critical, who were behind the drafting. So I'm saying we must be very, very careful when yes, in the sense of deconstructing society, we have to deconstruct that, but not everything that we have here was created by a white person.
Okay,
that's
you.
my point.
Okay,
so
thank you.
let's think around that. And then the second part relates to what Dr. Makubo.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Dr.
One,
Makubo.
one.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Dr. Makudu, it's your turn. Just to answer briefly.
You are talking about inclusiveness and spatial occupation and so on. I'm not sure if I understood how the two are connected. Please forgive me. The gentleman who asked the question. If you look at the work of Frantz Fanon about decolonizing the mind, he talks about how people have imbibed into their psyches white values through the white language that they so admire. So, when you do that and you are a colonized person, you are including yourself in a society that has actually rejected you. You are entering into a world that is actually foreign to you. You are colonizing yourself through the language of others. Black Skin, White Masks, Wretched of the Earth. You can read all those books. So I'm not understanding what you mean by spatial whatnot. Maybe you're talking about the fact that there are townships that are far away from the city where traditionally we know that the cities are for white people. And here, colleagues, we are talking as South Africans. We are not talking as black and white. We are not against one another. We are grappling with the questions of how to proceed forward. How do we, all of us, black and white, Indian, Zulu, Xhosa, Venda, Tsonga, all of us can liberate ourselves, like Bob Marley said, from mental slavery. How you felt when I spoke almost exclusively in Sepedi and Setswana and Sesotho. Many of my colleagues I could see felt very hurt or cheated or somehow demeaned and undermined. I was not undermining you. Please forgive me if you felt that I'm undermining you. I was exercising my right to speak one of or three of the official languages. Actually, I used 5, if you noticed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then Dr. Muyamane, if you can quickly, 2 minutes, please. All the long questions. Now, over here, where are you? Oh, over there. I thought you were sitting over here. Sorry.
What are we doing? Chair, I must resist the urge to thesis myself into my response. Legislating on indigenous issues has proved quite problematic in South Africa because there is an intentional urge for us to resist our blackness. We are intentional in trying to be white. That is why we whitenize customary law. That is why we whitenize copyright issues in respect of customary issues. We are very intentional about or read legislations that deals with customary issues. The only thing, you are right, Mr. Ngwane, that appears there that is customary is the word customary. Other than that, it is an intentional reflection of whiteness. Thank you. I go then to Professor Nyani, who alludes to the fact that perhaps we are not giving South Africa the credit it deserves so far as the jurisprudence is concerned. My response is plain, Professor Nyani, that South Africa is not giving the natives the respect they deserve insofar as customary law is concerned and native imagination. The law deeply reflects a reality and episteme that is not our own. As a matter of fact, at a paper I presented recently, I indicated that the law and education in general was never created to benefit us, and as a result, it does not respect our intellectual capital or our cultural capital. I remain steadfast on that view that the law neither respects us nor does it even take us into account, except to mention Ubuntu here and there when it suits the narrative of the whiteness that we so pursue. And finally, Dr. Masanganye, balancing the idea of decoloniality against perhaps being overly aggressive. If you read the judgments such as that of the Free State when they were dealing with the issues, we seem to propose that colonialism was soft. That is why earlier there was talk of apartheid and apartheid having done that. Colonialism was worse than apartheid. But we are unwilling to accept that reality because our immediate reality before the so-called democratization was apartheid. Colonialism was worse. I'm speaking to you in a colonial language, which is a cultural artifact of a reality I do not appreciate. Your Z.K. Matthews was an expert on a reality he did not experience. I'm not saying he's not a struggle stalwart. I am simply saying he became an expert on a reality he did not live. Now, the fact that you are a sympathizer of people of the pigmentation of that are the same as mine does not mean that you fully appreciate the reality that I am living in. So it is difficult for me to massage the reality. I am very simply saying that until we reorient the South African legal order so that native epistemological access is granted and granted fully, Mr. Ngwane, so that we disabuse ourselves of intentional whiteness, may we have a truly South African law. I thank you.
Thank you. So to go on a lighter note, and I don't mean skin color, I mean on a lighter note, before lunch, you referred to the colonial language. It influences local language as well. So I met with a previous mayor of Mangaung, and she spoke Sesotho, okay, I'm not supposed to understand. So she spoke Sotho, and she said, paternity test, Sotho, 7 o'clock. And just before she left, she turned around and again, Sotho, paternity test, Sotho, 7 o'clock. How do you know about that? So yes, but anyway, thank you. So we have lunch still?
Thank you so much, Prof. Snyman, for incubating one of the most difficult sessions.
Maswanganyi, is it there? Okay, we are going to start with Dr. Maswanganyi. Is he around? Please, can the organizers assist? Dr. Maswanganyi, is he around? Oh, you're Dr. Maswanganyi. Okay, any of our presenters who's going to be next? Dr. Maswanganyi is still fixing something. I'm going to call Advocate Rapatsa, and his title is Advocate Rapatsa. You are going to start the session, please. Okay. His title is A Critical Reflection of Narratology Trends in South Africa's post-1994 national dispensation on leaders and transformation. Let's give him a round of applause so that he'll walk faster. Keep clapping until he arrives. Please assist us with the gadgets.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Madam Speaker, the problem is if you leave now, you are going to make a mistake of starting with your time. And you see my presentation has not yet started. Where is my USB now? Okay, I got it. Yeah, that's so generous of you. Thank you very much. Yes. Huh? This one. It's not automated, right? It depends on me. Okay. Okay, now it's 14:36. I think we can start counting. Right, colleagues, a very good afternoon to you all. Welcome back. In total, I have about 12 slides. And I'm going to try to make sure that I finish my slides in at least 8 minutes and then save the remainder of 7 minutes for engagement. I'm going to try to do that. The topic of my discussion is, as read out by Madam Speaker, the critical reflection of narratology trends in South Africa's post-1994 constitutional dispensation as they concern questions of leadership, human rights, and transformation. I've structured my paper in the following order. You see that there would be some introductory remarks, background, rationale, and research approach, context and theoretical framework. And in this regard, I try to utilize particular theories to inform my study. So that is how my paper is structured all in all. But then, because I've realized that the chairpersons of sessions here have a tendency of lacking in mercy, I've decided I'm going to start with conclusion, so that at least before I'm told my time is up. You know what my thesis is. You know what my thinking is. So, in conclusion, I mean it. I advance a thesis which says South Africa is under threat of being a media-based, narrative-driven democracy. And I also argue that narratives are, and they continue to govern South Africa, unfortunately. Further, that they influence judicial decision-making. That is the entire adjudication process currently in South Africa. It's no longer as innocent as you and I would want it to be. And you have practical cases in point. The State Capture Commission of Inquiry itself. Remember, it's a more quasi-judicial process, but at the end, the result that you have is pronounced by a judge. And then you also have a case in mind. The judge, if you like, I argue that it is influenced by narratives that became prominent. And to buttress this, I identify, actually, when you look at it and you apply some further interpretations, they present some possible constitutional crisis in the making. And that is if we remain complacent ourselves. And you see this if you are to look at with the people of South Africa. And this you find in the prelude to the Constitution. And it says we recognize the injustice of the past as a collective. But I dare make an argument that I don't think the reality. If that was the reality, we would not be talking about the question of land. If we, the people, recognize the injustice of the past, then we would have done justice long time ago. But that is the narrative that everybody embraced and were flying with it. Another narrative. This one is as recent as 2022. The Guardian is a newspaper in the UK. They say Jacob Zuma sought to hand state assets to Alice, finds the corruption report. Inquiries finds the corruption report. Inquiry says South Africa's ruling ANC should be ashamed by the alleged efforts to steal vast sums. This is a narrative which is driven from somewhere, and then it comes to South Africa, it becomes a prominent narrative. Then it influences decision making across the board. And then you have another narrative, very recent. The idea here was to paint somebody who has failed to do certain things as a messiah. Gordhan quells fears after collapsed SAA deal. When you read it, it sounds so innocent. And you fall in love with it. And you immediately begin to idolize the person that is being mentioned there. It's a narrative. Ramaphosa, our soul savior. News 2020. News 24 in 2008, 29 August 2008, before President Ramaphosa even came back to say, I'm available, I'm contesting. Already there was a narrative driven somewhere that this is our savior. We flew with it. He is our savior. It became a prominent narrative. State capture or the state of capture. Many people today say, well, the state is captured, but if you go look at that report of Advocate Madonsela, it strategically said the state of capture, meaning the extent of this capture, how far we, became a narrative. And today you talk about it, you know that a certain family came here and they were capturing the state. I'm not here to condone or the nature and form of the relationship between Jacob Zuma and the Gupta's brothers. But I'm against narratives that become prominent and to some degree they inform how we must govern, they influence the realization of rights, they influence leadership and so forth. Nkosi Sikeleli Africa is in the national anthem. It goes on to say Morena Bolokas Chabasayesu in the national anthem. Who's Nkosi? Who's Nkosi? Who's Morena? Who's this Morena? Who's this Nkosi that we are talking about? It's a narrative. Christianity sneaked into the constitution. We are complacent once again. The narrative. We have got to always look up to Nkosi. We have got to look up to Morena and hope that the injustices of the past would be redressed. Those are narratives. One of the most recent narratives, which most people actually got played with, was vaccinate, save lives. Became a narrative, and when you are not vaccinated, you were perceived as this bad person. You come here, you are not vaccinated, you are going to infect us. You recall? It's narratives, narratology. I know that very soon the chairperson is going to be on my neck, and I don't have much time. I've tried to paint a picture. Now let me go into the context and the theoretical framework, where I am coming from. I'm not a linguist, and I make no attempt to venture into linguist approaches and all that, but then at least I thought I could borrow from the two, the classical narrative theory and the post-classical. You see, in terms of the classical approach, you see it mostly is more formalistic, and it subscribes to structuralism. They create concepts and they tell you are bound by them, you buy into them. One of them is South Africa is the best constitution in the world. Look innocent. On the face of it, when you read it, it doesn't look like this thing is problematic. And a practical example of this is, that there's a claim that we're a secular state, right? There's a claim that we're a secular state, right? We're a secular state, but then why do you have a Christian? Those are some of the things that we have got to live with in its best light. In its best light. The case is in question. Allegations of state capture. It's a narrow narrative to defocus the nation from the bigger picture. At one point, we had a conversation with Patrick Bond. You see, you get to be told that South Africa is the most corrupt in the public sector and all that, mostly in the public sector, because by the public sector and all that, mostly in the public sector, because by the way, if you look at that case number 3 there, the secretary, it tells you the state capture thing was in the public sector, including organs of state. Why not the private sector? I'm told there's a certain barometer that is out. South Africa, in terms of levels of corruption in public sector, ranks around 90 to 100. But private sector is number 1. But nobody thought, okay, wait, hang on, we should have it here, expand the scope to include the private sector. Why? Because you have got to drive a narrative. And once there's a narrative, that it is Zuma and Rapata, that narrative, they repeat it every day. It becomes a prominent narrative to such an extent that it influences decision-making, even in our courts. You see this once again in the matter between the Democratic Alliance and Tlhophe. There's currently no law that says, Dr. Tlhophe, you were once impeached, you cannot be in JSC, currently. But then, because of the narrative that, look, he's so impeached, he's so immoral, he shouldn't be in the AJC, then the court felt, okay, there's a narrative out there. The narratologists are telling us this man should not be in JSC, notwithstanding the fact that you don't currently have law that says you can't be in the JSC. But what did they do? They interdicted him from sitting in the JSC pending official finalization. It's so weird even. Apparently there's a Part B case. And then why should the High Court insist that the National Assembly failed to exercise its discretion? Because the decision to let him be and be in the JSC itself is a discretion, isn't it? When the National Assembly decided, no, we don't have a problem with it, let him be, that is a discretion. Okay, it will only become a discretion the day they say no. According to the High Court interpretation, it means that discretion should only be recognized the day the National Assembly says, no, you can't be in JSC. Because of narratives, new nation movement, that matter, practical, classical case of overreach by the judiciary. There's no law. As read out earlier, there's no law that says have independence. But then because of narratives And because of who brought the application, the Concord felt pressed that, hey, let us allow independence. In other words, the Concord has amended the law on its own. I started with conclusion, luckily, so before the chairperson could tell me your time is up, so it means I've covered all my tracks. Unfortunately, they are clouding the concept of leadership, because if you have leadership that is imposed onto the people through narratives, then that is not sustainable. I hope I made my point. I would pause there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for such an informative presentation, Advocate Rapatsa. We'll be waiting for you to tell us how do we then get rid of the narratives. Thank you. Prof. Nyane is going to, and he should pay me for pronouncing these words, because now I'm going to bite my tongue. A Marxist critique.
Even I'm not sure what's happening here. My computer is not.
Open the presentation.
Eh?
You can open the presentation there.
Yeah, but the computer is acting up. What's happening?
I can see it. Slow.
I think 5 minutes is gone.
It's opening so much.
No. Eh?
The laptop. Yes. Yeah, we can use another one.
Okay, but it
Oh, it's open.
this thing of being intimidated. No. No, that's what. Where is it now? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know that you have been influenced, so the time now is 40. The Constitution was the most.
I'm not researching in any of these things. I do a lot of commercial law, but I thought it was important to share my thoughts. And I may not be able to do justice to the paper as it is, but obviously it will come out sometime next week. As to where it's not really important, but it will really come out. So those who want to really hear my thoughts properly, they'll be able to read that paper. I think, if I may start, we are living in a very racialized country where at times even important issues, they lose meaning because sometimes we put so much emotions on them and not deal with the actual issues that we ought to be dealing with. The first challenge that we are all experiencing in the legal profession, irrespective of whether it's practice or academia, it is the inequitable distribution of opportunities, where you see that there are people who seem to have a head start, and there are those who are trying to go and trying to follow. But sometimes as well, there are times where the people who ordinarily and historically are disenfranchised, you see them when they get into power, they disenfranchise other people. And when those people are disenfranchised, the debate is not about the people who are disenfranchising them, it's about black and white. So I think there is a need to recognize that we have a special kind of a problem. When we are talking about briefing patterns, issue of black and white, without a doubt. But sometimes you find that there are black people who are invited into the table, who are actually making life worse for other black people. So I think it is important to have that nuance for us to have a debate to be able to solve the problem. Because sometimes I've heard people saying transformation is not about replacing one color with another, but it's about the attitude. Because sometimes you might find that you replace a black face with another black face, and that black face becomes worse than what was there. So I think my topic, or this paper, should be understood in that context. Yes, we have a situation whereby black practitioners in particular are being denied an opportunity to be able to get to the table, the economic table of the law. But that picture cannot be presented like that, because it is not as raw as that, because there are people who are selected few. And when you look at the Constitutional Court and some of the High Court cases that are televised, you see the same advocates over and over, same advocates. And there are so many black competent advocates, female and male, who are never given the opportunity to be able to come and do the work. And I think to frame the issue as black people being denied opportunities by white people, it's somewhat misleading. And it will not assist us to be able to resolve the issue that we are experiencing. So this paper is not about the need to make the legal profession representative or to make legal services accessible to the public. I think by and large that has been achieved, even though there are challenges. The paper is about how do we ensure that those who are denied opportunities are granted opportunities for them to be able to prove themselves. Because excellence is not distributed along racial lines or along gender lines. Excellence is distributed differently. And obviously it comes from an interest that meets an opportunity. But if there is an interest but there's no opportunity, you don't even have to start the debate about other people being excellent. Because you can only be excellent when you are given opportunities. And I think the main issue here is how do we access the economic table in as far as law is concerned. Well, because I wouldn't be able to do justice to the paper, perhaps maybe let me focus more on my introduction as opposed to the conclusion. In the actual paper, I start first with the history of lawyering in South Africa. Racial blind discussion when it starts. But you see as it progresses that it becomes racialized, it becomes gender-based. That initially you find that law was an exclusive preserve of generally white male. Even females on the white sort of race do not have the same opportunities. In fact, they were told that your place is in the kitchen before they could even deal with black people generally. There is a famous issue at Wits University where I come from, where the former dean of that university, the one who denied Nelson Mandela to study there, Professor Harlow, said to one of the female professors there at the time, Sinclair, I'm not sure if you know those people, that a female cannot think and does not deserve to be here. And now you can see that white male in particular, they have, in terms of intelligence and in terms of thought, most of them or some of them believe that it's us first who can do things. Then at some point we can invite others to come to the table. But they need to come at our mercy We have to determine how and when. And when you look at the history of the provision of legal service, black people were allowed to study law. Universities like Fort Hare were instrumental in producing lawyers back in the days. Now, once you get to be admitted as a professional, you see that you are limited in the kind of work that you can do. You are going to do commercial work like some of us enjoy today. You are going to be restricted to criminal law, if you are lucky, family law. Those are the kinds of areas where you find that all or most of the black lawyers would be scrambling towards, and those are the least paid. Because most of the clients that you're going to receive are not clients who can actually meet your fees. But the problem doesn't end there. You find that with that particular problem, in the past, when you're a black profession or black lawyer, there was a particular door that you ought to get into the courtroom with. You are not going into the same building together with your white counterparts. There was a space for you to be able to do that. Even when you are in court, you don't sit where your white counterparts actually sit, but you're going to be sitting somewhere else, at least, which is enough for the judge or the magistrate to be able to hear you. So you see some of the challenges that black lawyers had to endure over the years, coming to the modern days. And these are the challenges of elite, that people who start believing that than some of the people that they should be equal to. Again, black lawyers were restricted. 5 minutes, no, that's fine. Black lawyers were restricted from accessing certain areas. That means that if affluent potential litigants are at a particular place, you wouldn't have, or they wouldn't have access to your services. And that then meant that their economic viability was actually restricted. And over the years, when you see the pattern within which black lawyers were treated, you start realizing this is a pattern of events. But now from 1994, we started seeing the elite black people who were more, have you seen when you're in an institution whereby somebody likes to say, I am one amongst, where it's like, oh, I'm working with these white people and I'm the only black person among these white people, as if we need to congratulate somebody for that. So we started seeing that certain lawyers were invited into the tent by even big business and all those kind of things. Pool of black males in particular, who were regarded as competent, and then everyone else as a pool of white male lawyers, a pool of white male lawyers, a pool of white female lawyers, a pool of white female lawyers, black female lawyers. Regarded as competent, black female lawyers. Regarded as competent. It's like, no, not all black lawyers are bad. We have this one and that one. And that also created in the mind, of the people who are consuming that there are certain people who are inherently incompetent because of how they look. And there are people who are because of how they look. And there are people who are inherently competent. As a people who are inherently competent. As a black advocate, counterparts, they can mess up inherently competent. As a black advocate, counterparts, they can mess up a case. Black advocate, counterparts, they can mess up a case. It's like, and that is some of the artificially, out there that act ensuring that on the one side, we deal with transformation. Now, we see that there is a skewed sort of briefing ways in South Africa. And the major consumer of legal services is the state. And even the state, the one that is saying state, and even the state, the one that is saying is pushing transformation, is pushing equity. When you look at the state attorney, and because pushing equity, when you look at the state attorney, and because It is not that black people do not receive work and quality and complex work, actually gain more experience, and you can be able with that experience to train. The work that is provided is given to white males, able to see a BEE case. Ask the all-white council before.
The philosophy whose primary goal is to say about how do you know what you claim to know? How do you know what you claim to know, right? And then about how the law of criminal procedure seeks to know the truth about the commission of crimes. The pre-constitutional era criminal procedure, though often not expressly saying so, created by the government to commit brutalities, but these brutalities has dissipated. As the Constitution, for example, transformed to avoid accountability for the commission of crime. We know this that because there are always loopholes. You can always find a result because there are always loopholes. You can always find a loophole to delay the process. And you find that the victims suffer in the process. The Constitution, which provides for the rights of arrested, detained, and accused, no equivalent dedicated provision dealing with the protection of the victim of crime against criminals, so as to easy to play around with it. On the application side, therefore, the Constitution to avoid accountability, more particular as it relates to Section 35, and there's something missing there, I don't know. It's very, very important. What was happening before 1994. So that informs our understanding of why we have certain provisions in the Constitution, right? Before 1994, uncontrolled misuse of state power, right? For example, the use of indemnity legislation to indemnify those involved in atrocities. You will know that immediately after was this Sharpeville in 1961. There was an indemnity legislation that was passed after the event. The police that were involved. Very easy to pass a law. But now it's no longer easy to pass such a law. That's why, you will say that, look, pass such a law. That's why, you will say that, look, what we have in the Constitution is on the whole better when you look at in general. When we look at the mischief that it had to deal with, right? So I come from that angle. Detained after a particular period without having to go to court. It just got extended by the executive to do that. But you can't do that today. Right. The torture of arrested and detained persons. Tortures we know about if you read read the TRC report, and even some of the people that we know. In fact, I was
to determine whether the change was seismic enough to say maybe we can call it a revolution. Obviously, the typology of the South African transition is highly controversial. I cannot say that my characterization of it as a revolution is watertight. It's extremely controversial. But I was just analogizing in order to prosecute the argument that I was putting forth, because I wanted to use the Marxist materialist analysis to determine whether the social stratification that we saw prior to the transition, was it dismantled or it resurfaced after the revolution, taking a new form now after the transition. So that is the approach that I took in relation to characterizing the South African transition. It had important seismic shifts that it brought, legally, politically, socially, and otherwise. Those seismic shifts are notable. We can, if we had time, we can be able to demonstrate them, that these are certain important hallmarks, and we were intended to change from this particular typology into this other kind of typology.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Nyane. The next person, Prof. Maybe give Prof. Marumo Akhaya because he's just next to you.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Let me just try to deal with the two questions that have been posed to me. I think, my brother, the first question, when you were speaking, I was thinking about it, that actually a paper can come out of what you're saying. And maybe perhaps we can write it together. I already have a title for it. All right? I think the question that you are asking is, what is the role of the legal education as provided within the law schools to capture law students, to capacitate law students in niche areas? I think that's basically the question that you are asking me. And universities have, law schools generally, they have a role to play. But it starts first with the people that you hire to provide legal education. And the people who are hired to provide legal education are not trained teachers. In most instances, they are people who have degrees and they are employed based on those degrees. Sometimes they may be employed because they have some practical experience. But these are not people who are orientated in the pedagogy of what they are actually doing. So you find that you learn on the job and you try to go as law. And sometimes with our universities, there's no training as to how you should actually teach, right? You get to learn as you are going. You might find that you are a professor, but you cannot actually do the teaching properly, right? So that is the first challenge. I think the first challenge, the solution to that would be for law schools to have orientated discussions on legal education itself and the role of law teachers in facilitating and making sure that this legal education becomes transformative. And then you are very careful as to who you bring in to come and teach. And once you do that, you will be able to create a structure of capacitating people so that they can actually be aware of the, sometimes you are teaching law of delict, for instance. You just want to finish the semester. In most instances, people don't even talk about what's going on in practice, because some of them they have not been in practice. And it's not a negative from their side, it's the system. So you cannot talk about something that you are not exposed to. So I think that's where the problem might be. But if we challenge ourselves and say, but how do we create law schools that are responsive to the realities out there? We'll start having those discussions. And ultimately, legal education will certainly improve. So that is as far as I can pitch it. Now, with the second question, Mr. Advocate Magambi, I think you said that I said, let's pause about race. That is not quite accurate. I think we need to talk about race, but we need to be contextual about it. We cannot be general about it. The fact is, black people in general, or black people of African descent in general, are disenfranchised in practice. But we have so many law firms that are doing well, which are black-owned. And some of these, we know legal profession has a lot of corruption. There are people who are close to power and they're able to get work because of corruption. We are using tendering system. There are people who are paying kickbacks, they get the work and all those kind of things. Municipalities, they issue tenders all the time. People get those tenders, they get into the panels, they are looking at work because they're giving kickbacks. So that is a different kind of a challenge. So I think the more nuanced issue that we need to address is, if everything was equal and we were living in an ideal world, how do we create a state system that can respond effectively to that which those who are disenfranchised can actually can respond to the applied, basically. And I think currently we are not doing that. We are allowing space for a lot of people to talk and say, but we are not giving access to opportunities. And once somebody gains access to that opportunity, they just keep quiet because they have been graced. So they are graced now, they cannot talk a lot because they're going to lose that opportunity, which is a problem in itself, right? So now, in the paper, one of the things that I'm suggesting is perhaps if we can have a sense of transparency to some extent, where the Solicitor General is able to say, in this financial year, we have briefed this number of advocates or these number of people. And last year, these are the people that we have briefed. And these are the nature of the work that they were given. So we can see the complexity of the matters, where there is diversity there, But most importantly, we can also assess whether, in terms of numbers, more people are actually given work. But most importantly, they are paid for their work, because state attorney takes long to pay people, and they have the bar fees to pay. So that's another different challenge that they are facing. As far as females are concerned, it is a sad story. We have a lot of good, exceptional female practitioners in South Africa, exceptional. But they are made to feel like they are playing a second fiddle to everyone else, because they are presumed to be something else. And they have to work 15 times better than their black male counterparts, and 30 times better than their female counterparts, and 35 times better than the white males. So this is a societal challenge. And also, we complain about it. But you see, that when I get into trouble, the first thing that I do is to run to a law firm, the white law firm. Even though I've been saying, but we need to change these things. And in fact, I'm the one who's perpetuating this. Why? Because I have my own perception of quality. And now because I'm thinking about my life, I want to go where I think I will find quality. And I think that is where the actual problem is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can the last two speakers, please, let's be brief. Our time is fast spent. We are supposed to be done by 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay, no, thanks, Chair. The question from Prof. Chuse, basically, I make a distinction between the right to remain silent by arrested persons and the right to remain silent by accused persons. So I've got no question about the right to remain silent by arrested persons in the example that you gave. That one I know there could be an abuse of the system. Why should you not assist the court to find the truth? You know, that's my problem. Because once these guys, you know, once a witness dies, for example, it means that, look, we can't have, the trial cannot proceed. So why, but we still have this person. Think about even the Nkuna story. Of course, Nkuna was convicted, but the family members were never told what happened. You just keep quiet, and so forth. So I'm saying, look, is it so fundamental that we'll be destroying this person, this accused person, when we say, look, we have to assist the court, like any other person who's in...
Well, I thought you were scared of narratives, and you would not play next to that. Well, let me tell you something. And a narratologist, those in the discipline will tell you. Narratives play a fundamental role in shaping our cognitive development and in shaping how we behave in the end. And that's why, if you look at our attitude towards the Constitution, all of us, maybe until today, we have always held a view that South Africa has the best constitution in the world. And we've been behaving likewise. Where does that come from? I was told this when I was in first year. Yeah? And then I carried into my cerebrum as a narrative. I graduated with it. And then I went into LLM with it. And then I started engaging with other people elsewhere with it. Until one day I was somewhere offshore and I said it, people laughed at me. You see? And that ignited some rude awakening, unfortunately. And then I started asking myself, what's happening? Why are these people laughing when I say, I come from South Africa, where all were never innocent? They carried with them a particular message, including this Nkosi. Because Nkosi, and then that should also translate into woke union building. Because if the union building is not woke and subscribes to the doctrines of capital, as it were, then forget about it. We are going to be governed by narratives forever. It's 30 years now. If you don't change course, another 30 years, again, will be predominantly led by narratives. And then even after that 30 years, you know what I foresee. Let me prophesy. I hear Christians like this. Let me prophesy. You know, in the next 30 to 60 years, I can foresee that children are going to be told, it's taboo to talk about apartheid. You can't talk about apartheid in that way. You know why? It's embarrassing. I've seen it already in certain corners. The executioners of apartheid are embarrassed when you talk about it. It's going to be prohibited. Watch the space. Because we are not responsible for narrative. Somebody crafts a narrative and that narrative becomes us. It even informs how we behave. That's why we are ashamed to send our children to public schools in the villages where we come from.
Okay, cut. I see. Oh, Prof. Nyane, Prof. Suserad.
Just to add on what advocate is saying, perhaps. My worry is we talk of the preamble to heal the divisions of the past, to build South Africa based on Rainbow Nation. But Grootboom died without housing. Where's the land now? We haven't addressed those issues, but we're still to close everything to say God bless South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I've been instructed the other people who want to ask questions, you'll go to the individual presenters. I'm sorry to be the bearer of good news. Prof. Nyane likes putting me in the spot. I'm going to call Prof. Nyane to give us a way forward. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for facilitating that session so well. But above all, for resisting undue influence. That was coming from some other dark corners that the presenters of this session must be victimized. So you resisted, you protected them. It's a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our presentations. Actually, this is the last session of the 2 days marathon. Clearly, people would want to rest and have a relaxed afternoon. So there are no further speeches. The only two substantive items remaining now is for director with a word of gratitude and the official closing by the executive dean. But before I invite them, I want maybe to announce that there is gala dinner at 6. Let's try to make it 6 so that we can relax. Some of us are tired, Advocate Mukambi. We want to go and sleep after that. So can we try to make it exactly at 6? It only has one item. I'm sure people don't want to hear anything about items now. One, just one, and then from there, it's a relaxed afternoon and evening for that matter. So the gala dinner will be here, this neighboring hall here, right here. If you can just come here, you'll find us. But the hall that is going to host the gala dinner is the other one. But this conference is annual, so we would want to do better next year with your help. So we will issue out electronic surveys for evaluation, for constructive views on how with you, just to tell us that please improve food. We would want to have more seafood in your meals, and so forth and so forth, whatever you may. So please bear with us when we come back to you to request views to improve better. Another one is about what becomes of these brilliant ideas that have been shared here, because it's Prof. Mike Mela who said he no longer participates in conferences for the sake of being talk shows. The idea is to do an edited book volume on the critical perspectives. These perspectives. Actually, it's a voluntary exercise, but the ideas that have been shared here are so critical, or rather, let me not abuse the word critical, are so important that they cannot go to waste. Some people would say, no, I'm working on an article, I'm doing what, I'm not doing what, but I find that it actually ends here as an abstract. So we would want to invite you to participate in the project of these critical perspectives, an edited book volume. We are not doing these courses. So we will also be coming back to you again with that one. Please bear with us again. And then lastly, we indicated that as the school we are running a very new journal. We request your support. We've already received support we appreciate so much from people like Prof. Maruma Khai. We are now joining the indexes. We are not yet in the lists that are approved by the DHED. I know that people are very keen about that question. We are not yet on the list, but we are already being approved by other lists like African Journals Online. We are now being evaluated by DOAJ. DOAJ is on the list of DHED, but we are not yet approved. It is only through your support that we can ultimately be approved on the lists that are DHED recognized. So we appreciate people like Prof. Maruma Khai who have already started assisting us. So we invite you to help that project as well of the School of Law to finally get listed on the indices that are recognized by DHED. I'm sure that will be soon with your support. Those are the only few things that I wanted to say. From there, I want to invite Advocate Rapaza, and then after that, the official closing will be done by Executive Dean, Prof. Sibanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Nyan. What happened? Professor Sibanda said I can't walk alone and you are stopping him. Okay, thank you once again. Colleagues, well, I'm not going to be long. I'm going to be very, very brief. I was not part of the organizer's plan. I humbly asked to speak because I felt if I don't speak here, that's it. I would have missed an opportunity. Why did I want to come forward and talk to you? I did this because I felt I needed to say something to senior academics in particular, those that continue to extend a hand of supporting our initiatives here at the University of Limpopo. His institution, they actually refused to pay for him. And he said, so that is really heartwarming, Dr. Maswanga. And he's such a philosopher. We are really thrilled by that. We're humbled. Professor Maruma, you're always available to come and enrich our discourse. Mkulu, Dr. Makud, your presentation was well received. People are just not telling you. It was well received, and because this is the platform. Critical discourses, critical scholarship. Professor Poko came all the way from Fort Hare to here. We also appreciate that. And we also have colleagues from UFN, Professor Sneema, Your presence it's highly appreciated. Without you, obviously, we would not be as strong as we became. Maybe the organizing team succeeded in putting together an event of this magnitude. So we highly appreciate. And then, why is your presence so important? If you look around, you would notice that we have we took them through some serious testing. Thank you very much, colleagues. I suspect I didn't leave out anybody. I have acknowledged everybody, and then I think this would be the moment for Professor Sibanda. Marketing, they know how I'm going to talk to them. Yeah, but we otherwise would not have had good pictures without you. We really appreciate your effort. I must say it, I mean, for the first time, your effort this time around, I think you outmastered yourself. Yeah, I'm just saying comparatively because we've had some interactions in the past, and what we saw here was a surprise. So it's good to surprise people sometimes. It does wonders. So, and keep it up. Don't drop the standards. Keep it up, and then we like it that way. All right, Professor Sibanda.
For fear of reprisals, some people prefer to call a spade a gardening tool. And I know Professor Maruma Khai knows what I'm talking about because he was talking around the case of Perifoam Works about the skewed briefing, which came out in April. And I thought in order to officially draw a curtain, you must draw it in such a way that people, attendees, everyone who's here will still remember the robust engagement that we've had here, the enlightening engagement that we've had here. And with that, I would like to say that this is the official way at the University of Limpopo, in particular on behalf of the School of Law, to say that we appreciate your presence, your participation, your support, as Advocate Rapatsa just said. Also to say that this could not have been possible without the support of the university management. And on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Mathomo Khalong, we are saying we'll be waiting for you in the next year for our 4th installment of the TEF Law Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, those online and those here with us present, I want to say have a great afternoon as we go to the last leg of the conference. Thank you.